Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up.
Hold. Wait a minute.
Shit, was that an earthquake? Hold on.
What?
Are you getting an earthquake?
Wait a minute.
I felt my chair and table shaking. Hold on. I'm looking at it right now. Oh shit! 5.6 earthquake. Bakersfield. 21 miles from Bakersfield. Just now. What the hell? What the?
I hope you're not doing your makeup on.
Yeah.
Oh.
Very few people like 3.
Holy shit, what is it with these fucking popcorn boxes?
What?
Look what Chelsea posted.
Well, it's just an alien. That's just a xenomorph head.
I'm honestly not surprised, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Have you seen what a xenomorph looks like? Like, yeah, it makes sense. All right, then. The Punisher isn't a dummy mommy, Chelsea? No, Chelsea. No, the Punisher is not a dummy mommy, okay? Now, I don't know, maybe some, fanfic
If Frank
rule
Castle is a dummy mommy, things are gonna get kind of shocking.
Heart Strike! Take this! Hiya! Fuck your health! Huh, 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 hey! Yeah! Ah! Ha ha! Let's go! Easy dance battle! I beat your ass, woman! Yeah! Let's go, I'm telling you, I'm a perfect idol right here. Look at that! I sweep the floor with her. I can see why. I sort of go ape over her myself. Oh my gosh, Sally's got the exactly, Chelsea. Sally's got the bedroom eyes. She's got the fuck me eyes. She's like, oh, wow, I'm so full of adrenaline. I'm pumped up, Sonic. Now take me, ravage me. Whoa, geez, Sally, calm down. No, Sonic, it's a river. It's a waterfall down there. Jeez, Sally, calm down. Pretty, I don't know, it's just how the karaoke minigame is like in all the Yakuza games.
And I got a party pooper.
How'd you get a party pooper? Whoa!
I don't know, like, I get into the rhythm, right?
Okay.
I get into the rhythm and doing, like, okay.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, they put them, like, button sequences very close together.
Okay, to be fair,
and then
that
I
is,
missed one button, and then all of a sudden, for some reason, my brain and thumb.
Okay, to be fair, that
keeps
is actually something I can criticize about, specifically Ishin's karaoke minigame. Yeah, I don't like the fact that when like the buttons get like so bunched up together, they're like, oh.
The guy that he's singing about is the street.
Okay. Oh, what is? Oh, look at that foot solo! Yeah, you go, Ryoma. Play that solo. That guy in front is crying. I was like, oh, you're so good. Oh. That was beautiful. I'm a sufficient singer. You know what? Good enough. Okay.
You're wrong.
I'm wrong about fall?
Yeah, spring is best.
No.
No.
Fall. Spring has allergies. Fall doesn't have
Boo-hoo.
allergies. What do you? Oh.
It's
Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! Okay, I'm getting really worked up.
you have a skill issue.
I'm actually legit getting worked up now. Holy shit.
They claim this route ran along the border of the neutral zone. Yeah, so sometimes you just gotta take a leap of faith. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go!
Wow. You just sucked all the color out of everyone. Well, that'll make life easier for the artists. They don't have to worry about colors.
Now that they're telling the They're telling the reader to color it for them.
I know. they're
Great.
they're just saying, "Hey, kids, you're reading it. Do the work for us."
Follow the light. Our destiny lies in the light beyond.
No, I'm just thinking. Use a little. I just thought of just a little fun headcanon. What if like mask making is like Vakama's like comforting, like when he's stressed, you know, to take his mind off of shit, he just makes a mask.
Yeah.
Wait, now now I just have the thought of just Taraka Vakama when the Toa-mata arrive. There's just a stockpile of masks growing. It's like, Taraka,
Finally.
Taraka, what you doing? I'm making a mask. Why? 'Cause you stressed me out, ho! I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled at you. Oh, let's go! Oh, holy shit, my pupils are missing entirely. I got so excited. Oh, no. Okay. This is so weird. My eyes have literally just disappeared. Whoa.
Off to a great start already. He notices. Tells me to quit that shit. It's a bad rep for the family. Feel guilt. Spaghetti ravioli pouring out my pockets. I always was the weakest link in my family. Tell him the reason I fuck horses is because I can never fuck ponies from MLP. Tell me to get the fuck out of his office. Depressed.
What?
Hopeless.
Huh. Nice, okay. Oh gosh, the steam. The steam is, Alright, body clash. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. A little homo, are we? Alright, come on.
Tonight is almost yesterday, Sal. And there are many more tomorrows ahead.
What is this tonal shift? What is, like, it got all serious, and you got like a very like kind of heartfelt ending right there, and then like just a couple issues ago, Sonic's making all these puns and stuff. We had a King Kong What is going on? Oh my gosh, what is this tonal shift? The old lady just fucking died. What the hell? Okay. Reese seems to be deep in thought of reading the fan letter. She's worried about me. Officially, I'm taking a break due to illness, so... Wow, what a... what a weird total whiplash. Rise's pouring her heart out and you're laughing at her, Nijato. Wow, how mean can you be?
You know, I'm trying to help you save your daughter, man.
Look, this poor guy! It's just
It was
like,
all that guy. It was all that guy.
Yeah, it was all that guy. You know, maybe...
I'm pointing to you, jackass. Pointing to you, dumbass.
No, clearly I'm the one in... Oh my gosh.
Genghis, you clearly won that.
Oh,
Look.
true.
man, is this...
Monster stuff. Oh! We lost our co-host! Oh. You good, Nick? I'm a Nick? Oh my gosh, I called you Nick. Oh.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright. So, where was I? Oh yeah. World Military Force, having to deal with... No, Chelsea, it was a slip of the tongue. Don't call him new Nick. Oh my... Alright, Nick, I'm gonna leave beating up the woman to you, so you could be the one called sexist, while I'll beat up the other minorities, and I'll be called racist. That seems like that seems a fair trade.
On it.
Hiya! I don't know, unless you can't. But Nick, come on! Come on, man!
No, I can't.
Oh! Okay. Wait.
Did you just like Nick? Nick just Tompkins!
Oh my gosh! Get your ass back in here, Nick. Come on! Come on! Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Hi.
Oh.
Oh!
Shinsengumi Emergency Officers Meeting. Kusei! Oh wait, that was Aizawa! I think that was Aizawa. Wait, I don't know who you are. Who the
it's
hell is-
Aizawa.
Who's glasses guy? I don't know who you are. Kashimaki! Oh, Wano! I'm sorry, I'm just seeing all these faces like, hey! I know you guys!
I know you guys! Some of you were dicks!
So, Awano, I don't know you. Saijima? Mine?
I'm allowed to make this joke.
Oh, Kusei and Mine are like equal. Okay. We need to change our AC's name. This is a brand new AC. Let's change our AC name. You're no longer Loader 4. You are... Let's see, what should we call it? Todd, you got it. Wait. Todd, but with a 0 instead of D.
Changus.
I mean,
I will underestimate Canada whenever I want to. All right. All right. As an American, Ninjato, it is my right to make fun of any other country that is not my own, regardless of quality, of whether a certain country is better than America or not. I have the right to mock them and say America is better. Because USA, 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 USA.
Yeah, I'm all for the USA, but Canada was the reason why we have a Geneva Convention.
More like Geneva suggestions. Let's go. Oh no, that's a stupid meme.
Geneva Convention! More like Geneva Suggest.
Clown.
Yeah, we wouldn't have a Geneva suggestion if it weren't for Canada.
Thank you, Canada. Very cool. All right. Anyways, we should be unmuted now. I saw Chelsea and Ray in chat earlier. Guys, are you still there? Can you hear us? Are we coming through? Ba-ba-da-bee? Ba-ba-da-bee, ba-da-boo-ba? Ba-ba-boo-ba?
We're good.
We're good? Okay. Alright then. Geneva Convention, more like Geneva to-do list, right? Exactly. That's what I mean. Alright, we're good. Alright then. We're gonna get the party started then. Now, just a quick reminder that you can support me through Stream Elements. It is completely optional, but your support allows me to keep making content such as buying new games, art streams, and more. And then now... I hate Sunset Heights so much now. Tomorrow, Nick, I want to get that level over with so that way I know if I don't have... No, wait, no, but
I know.
No, wait, I'm stupid. We have to do Act 2 too. I don't like Sunset Heights music.
I know, buddy. I know.
Man, why is it? You know what this is, Nick? This is cope. This is cope because Sonic Forces was criticized for having like so many easy levels that you could just boost through and do nothing. And so like, okay, fine. For the challenges, we're gonna make it one of the most pain in the ass bullshit things ever. It is. And I hate it. I hate it. I don't ever want to touch Sonic Forces ever again. I hope we're done after Shadow Generations. I hope we're done with Sonic Forces levels. Oh my goodness. Alright. Cop like the stuff that makes you sleepy, Chelsea? I don't know what you're talking about, Chelsea. I don't know what you're referring to. Cope? No, Chelsea. Cope is like, I don't know, to be delusional, I guess. What is the textbook definition of cope? Hold on. I'm gonna look this up. The text here, or you know what? Google, tell me. based on Oxford Languages, the definition of cope? Verb, to deal effectively with something difficult or similar, of a machine or system have the capacity to deal successfully with. So, cope just basically means something to help you deal with a difficult thing, or something like that. That's the textbook definition. Ray likes his first convention experience. Oh, you went to a convention? That's cool. Where'd you guys go? That's exciting. What'd you guys do? What convention? What convention is out right now? Nick likes your pin in general. we saw Twin Cities Con. Oh, okay. Okay then.
Nice.
Yeah. Wait, what's your convention we're trying to get to again, Nick?
C2E2.
C2E2. Okay. Alright then. The line was ridiculously long. I mean, that's conventions in general, right? They're gonna be long. I don't expect to be waiting in line much for, like, oh, I guess it just depends on whoever's gonna be there, right? Like, oh, I know that guy, but like, if it isn't, then like, I don't know. I hope another Transformers guy shows up. Cause what? You met
James Sobolov.
Yeah.
And Neil Kaplan.
Yeah.
And Brian Drummond and Ian Corlett. All of them Transformer guys.
All of them Transformers, exactly. So yeah. Alright. We got to around 10 a.m. and they get into 1. I see. I see then. Yeah. Alright. Actually, wait. I could look up. The convention has to have a website, right? C2E2. Here we go. 2025. Oh, tickets on sale now already? Oh my gosh. Already? Goodness gracious. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, these tickets are so expensive. How long do you usually attend these conventions, Nick?
1 or 2 days.
1 or 2 days? Okay. Why are the weekends more expensive? I hate you. I hate the economy.
Because that's when everyone's free to do shit.
I don't like this economy. I don't like this economy. Oh! You know what? Speaking of economy, oh my gosh. So, I was listening to one of Wendigoon's podcasts. It was a Red Thread episode, and they were looking up like the price of like how much it was to buy like how much America bought like Alaska for, and I think it was like I think they said it was like 7 million or something, right? And then they looked up nowadays and like, oh, inflation nowadays we're looking at like around like $200 something million. But then just 4 years ago, it was around like $170 something million. So in the span of 4 years, thanks to COVID, the price of how much is, well, COVID definitely didn't help. But like in the span of 4 years, that was
I
like,
wouldn't consider it being the main reason.
no, but like but COVID definitely didn't help though. So like in the span of 4 years, like, I'm not gonna just blame everything on the president, okay, Matchstick? I doubt that's how it works.
I wasn't gonna say the president. I was gonna say the Federal Reserve.
I'm not gonna even pretend to understand.
They're the ones who print money.
I'm not gonna even pretend to understand how they work. I don't know how they work.
Holy shit, you.
So I'm not gonna even pretend. All right. But I'm just saying, it's interesting. The price increased by like $40 million in the span of 4 years. It's crazy. I love our economy. But anyways, yeah. So yeah. G thing, how strange. G thing? What are you talking about, Chelsea? What do you mean G thing? The G thing. It's like Gundam. Behold, Gundam G thing. Amuro, you gotta pilot the G thing. It's like the new upgrade for the Gundam. It's called the G thing. You gotta get in, Amuro. You gotta pilot it. We got Xeon on to kill. Oh my gosh, no. Too bad. Oh, these are cool convention photos, Chelsea. Oh, this is neat. There's a Deadpool, Sailor Moon, and the Shredder. Who's that tin guy? Oh, that's Full Metal Alchemist. Okay, I still have not seen that show. I like the first one. The first one you posted. That's great. Alright. Anyways, I know it's Zap, Chelsea. That's why I say it's great. I like the first one. It's just Zap. GIF. GIF. I am met with a woman. Inform the men.
On the men.
Ugh. You chap his shoulder, asked him to take a picture, he said okay, and you took his picture? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's fun. Alright. What was it? Anyways, so what we got like, what time is it now? It's like 7:50 something, right? Like 20 minutes in the show, and we got not a lot to talk about, but I'm pretty sure we got a lot to say about the things we're talking about. Well, we got.
Yeah, I will attempt to speed through my topic.
So
because I am tired because my sleep schedule got screwed over.
I understand.
This week.
I know. So,
but I guarantee it's not gonna be short.
Okay. So we got quite a lot to go through tonight. So. All right. So real quick, just before we get into our topic stuff, just one last quick reminder. Since we were talking about C2E2, we got the convention fund goal. We got 5 months to reach that big number. I know it seems a lot, but we can make it. It is just 5. We can make it. And the whole plan is we're gonna make some content out of this whole situation and experience. Give it back to you guys. So just a little quick reminder there. All right. Anyway, with that said, then I think we got like we got quite a lot to say. What, like the first half of the show tonight is gonna be history. It's gonna be history class. It's school all over again. Woo! Are you gonna at least be more entertaining than my history teachers?
I hope so.
All right, because all my history teachers were boring. I don't know. They never.
See, this is the reason why you're not a history fan. You see, every person has a history fan inside of them. It's just that school teachers killed it.
I mean, school kills a lot of things.
Well, good thing I was homeschooled, so.
Oh, all right. Well, school kills a lot of things. But anyways, all right. Speaking of killing things, I'm assuming the Persians did a lot of killing.
Well, yeah, they're an empire. Of course, they kill people.
Oh, all right. So, is this whole?
I assume they talk about the boats.
It's actually, if that execution method was only mentioned one time. Don't worry, there was plenty of others that was actually kind of horrifying reading.
Woo!
Good to know.
I can't wait. Now you caught my interest with executions. So, what kind of executions are we looking at that the Persian Empire did?
Well, I want to talk about the book first.
Okay.
Before we get into some nitty gritty stuff. So, of course, after the last book, we talked about Babylon, me ranting about it.
Yeah, you didn't.
I
you didn't
will
like
say,
that book.
as an addendum, the only reason why it's a 4 out of 10,
Uh-huh.
a 9 lower, is that there is some good history to learn from there. So it's like,
Hmm.
the topics are interesting. Everything else sucks. This one covers the Achaemenid Persian Empire, which is ancient Persia,
Okay.
as people know about.
Hmm.
And in terms of it as a book, unfortunately, same problem as the last one. Citation,
All right.
no citation in text. Back of the book, you have to kind of pop it back, even though it's in a further reading section, and it does contain little commentary moments for each of the sources
Okay.
about, so you get some input on that. And this book, so this one is a lot more focused on the Persian Empire.
The Persians.
And so, or actually, what they would have called themselves back then, Iran. So Iran is actual, yeah, Iran. Iran,
It comes from the word Aryan, which are the Indo-Aryans, who are a sort of the OG chariot archers.
Yeah.
That ended up conquering whole swathes of northern Europe and into the Middle East and into India.
Yeah, and this book starts out that. It starts out with the origins of the empire, and yeah, they were originally nomads. Like the Persians and the Medes were two tribes of essentially the steppe people. It's like Genghis Khan.
Woo! Genghis Khan, that guy.
These are where the steppe is also a lot of the time for most of it ethnically white. This is where white people come from. So if you want to genetically come from, if you want to get some race in here and blame where white people is, go complain at Ukrainians.
Oh, so blame the Persians.
Yeah,
for white people.
but the Persians were not that because they're further south.
Oh, okay.
Like the steppes area is a big area. Like like Ukraine and Mongolia, it's like this big area, and also it goes into Iran, parts of Iran, too, because it's a big flat plain. So these guys, for thousands of years, were hanging out with the Elamites. Actually, I mentioned last time. So like the neighbors of the Babylonians, the Mesopotamian civilizations. So if your mental map is like you got Assyria and Babylonian together, right next to them is the state Elam, and this is where all the Persians are. In fact, one of the misconceptions that the book deals with is religion, because there's a lot of things this author was trying to mainly pull as much from Persian sources as possible, as opposed to previous histories, which I'm gonna assume Will Durant is one of them.
Will Durant.
Yeah, because Will Durant, just because 1930s he doesn't have access to much Persian sources, he had to rely on Herodotus and Greek sources. And the problem is that the
this is what we call foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Will Durant, sorry, but Will Durant is my guy. Continue.
Yeah. So just imagine learning about the British Empire through just the Americans' perspective.
Okay.
It's heavily skewed, and also Herodotus tend to write, was like one of his focuses on history was making a little bit of morality tales for his greater philosophical concept. So like, because histories back then was not about our modern view of getting the facts straight. It was using history as a philosophy tool.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
So, like, you can see that in the Bible as a history as well. Like, there's a morality element to it on that. And by the way, the Esther is used as a source in in this book, and it's generally good.
Oh, okay.
From the perspective that Esther is not historical because of how according to the author, how the harem system works, but is being used as a source of understanding how the politics that goes into the harem system.
Okay.
Yeah, because the harem system, so like the general gist, so it covers from the beginning of the Persian Empire. We learn about Cyrus, and then we learn about Darius, and then we go into the life, what it means to be in the Persian Empire, and then it continues on. So let's just talk about when the Persians takes over, because I assume you know. Okay, how much do you know about King Cyrus and Darius?
Was it? I think.
Angus, if you don't answer something, we will give you homework.
I think wasn't one of them in one of 300 besides Xerxes, like wasn't one of them Xerxes' dad or something?
Yes, Darius is Xerxes' dad. Yes, and so Cyrus is the one that you can find in the Bible most of the time.
Okay.
He is the one who released the Jews, like made the proclamation that Jews can go back home.
Oh. Okay.
Darius is also technically in Daniel as a name.
Oh.
I don't know about what people kind of debate about that book.
Okay.
Much like all parts of the Bible, there's a lot of debate about it. Just for various reasons, but that could be another topic another day. But so Darius is the one who takes over. He's the third guy. There's a middle guy called Cambyses, where in this book, as opposed to Herodotus's interpretation, Cambyses was a mostly competent ruler, just that he kind of got put in between Cyrus the Great and Darius the Great.
Okay.
And it also didn't help that he died in trying to stop a seemingly revolt by his brother.
Oh.
And then Darius takes over from that brother, and that brother ends up dying. And Darius claims that, that was not Bardia. Cambyses killed him before, and I know about this. So this Bardia is actually a wizard.
Oh, okay. All right, let's go,
Basically.
wizards.
So if you're kind of cynical enough, you can buy into the narrative that, yeah, he kind of did a coup.
Let's go, coups.
But hey, this is one of the few times where the person making the coup was actually better than the guy he did the coup on.
Oh, okay.
Like Darius the Great was like Cyrus and Darius are like top two, and then you get Xerxes, and then unfortunately after Xerxes, everything in the royal family instantly becomes dysfunction.
Oh, okay.
Dysfunctional.
I see.
Like when I say when I mention about the royal succession, every succession afterwards is not clean at all. There was always murder, lots of murder for every succession.
Okay.
And even during the king's reign, there was a lot of murder in the family. And you want to know why? What system it all tied to?
What?
The harem system.
Would this be because all the wives, or concubines, or whatever they call them, are all competing and scheming and they want their son to be ruler of the Persia, so they tend to be very stabby. They tend to get very stabby people.
Yeah.
Is that about right?
That's partially right. You also got the sons themselves. being ambitious.
Well, I mean, well, the families, the sub.
Yeah, but then you also the book was highlighting that because there was this position called the king's mother.
Okay.
Basically, in Persian culture, so they took a lot of when they took over, they put a lot of their nomadic culture in them, and one of them was that the men had more connections to their mothers than their fathers, because for the first 6 years of their lives, the father was not present because he's out doing something else.
Oh.
And
okay.
So the first 6 years when you're in the tribe. You hung out with your mom and all the women, and everything, and so you get more of attached to them. At 6, you get taken by the father to join the father and get your proper education there. So it's not like the dad is not present. It's just how things kind of worked out. But then it gets crazier. So so you get this king's mother's position, and it's viewed as higher, as like the highest place you could be with the women.
Okay.
And also, by the way, in this society, there's a lot of etiquette in the court, and there's a lot of rules. So, and when you're part of the harem, it's not necessarily a sex thing exclusively. Like dynasty. Of course, it's a lot of women there are expected to, produce children. Right, for the king. But there's also some rules to it. So if you're a concubine, as soon as you give birth to a boy, the king is never going to sleep with you ever again.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no siblings from a concubine.
So as soon as you give him a boy to be a successor to the throne, he just goes, I'm done playing with you. I don't want to play with you anymore.
Exactly.
Wow.
Because you're not an official wife. So the wives, you can have that. But the thing is that concubines tend to be the ones from other nations, people from the empire, given as gifts from like the satraps. Like, yes, this is pretty horrible system. So you got like girls being sent up there. Wives tend to be actually from the Persian nobles families, because the way the king kind of basically the Persian elite consists of these former tribal leaders called Khans. Yes, they even have Khans. Yes, they're so close to in relation to like the Mongolians. They even have Khans as their leaders. So
wait, hold on. What's the Futurama joke again, Nick?
For 1,000 quatlus, who did per strand on SETI Alpha 5?
Come on!
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
So you have So what Cyrus and also Darius did was marry themselves with the daughters of these powerful Khans, and marry their daughters off to the powerful Khans, like elites. And that's what the Persians did. To basically keep political ties together. To keep them unified. But what also happened what this also kind of creates is all the elites are now part of the royal family, and now you get the political backstabbing. It also doesn't help that the king's mother's job is to make sure that the dynastic bloodline is pure. And it can get particularly nasty. And they were also very powerful. They were like they were above the what is called the queen consort. So they were above a queen.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Yeah,
because
they have influence over the king.
Oh. Huh.
I'm trying to find
That's
the name.
that's
I'm
that's a
trying to remember
very
the
interesting
name.
system.
And also, of course, this is ancient kingdoms. They also marry in the family.
Gotta keep
And
the
it
bloodline
gets
pure.
and yeah, and some of the times it gets awful. For example, a woman named Parisatis
Okay.
was the daughter of Artaxerxes the First,
All
and
right.
then she married her half brother, who becomes Darius the Second.
All
So
right.
she becomes the mother of the second Artaxerxes the Second,
Okay.
and she is
Not a lovely woman.
awful.
Ah.
Because she liked the guy's brother more, Cyrus the Younger, and this Cyrus the Younger rebelled against Artaxerxes the Second, and he is famous because he hired a little Greek mercenary band, and one of them is a guy named Xenophon.
Okay.
And the reason why that's important because Xenophon actually was one of the main Greek sources of the Persian Empire, because it's basically about his exploits where he joins Cyrus the Younger. Cyrus the Younger dies in battle, and now Xenophon and all these Greek mercenaries had to fight their way back out.
Oh, okay.
It was like ancient Battlestar Galactica.
Ah. Let's go.
But meanwhile, you see, part of that woman really loved Cyrus the Younger.
Oh.
So she specifically learned about who exactly stabbed him. Were involved. Anyone who was involved, she over time just kept murdering them.
Oh. All right.
In horrible ways, by the way. It wasn't just a simple, like, bring out the assassin from Assassin's Creed to stab him in the back. No, brutal executions.
Oh.
And one of them was the boat.
Okay.
One of them was put the two boats together and do the honey treatment for 17 days.
Ooh.
It was awful. And then, yeah, they put like milk and honey down your throat every
down
day.
the throat too. Wait.
Oh gosh, are you talking about the fucking tub?
Wait. What? What?
I'm talking about they put two boats on top of.
Nick, do you know about the boat the boat execution? Where they put you in a boat, they send you out into the ocean, they pour your whole body with honey, and basically they let the bugs come and eat you alive.
See, that's actually kind of similar to a different form of execution. That's also fucked up.
Okay.
Oh yeah, don't worry. Another case where and also this woman was a horrible mother-in-law. Because she and her daughter-in-law hated each other so much, and by the end of it, she poisoned her.
Oh. Let's go.
And you want to know why she got away with all this shenanigans?
Do tell.
Hello.
Oh,
hey, Matchstick.
Not! We're talking about.
Oh, hey, Not.
We're talking about the Persians killing people. It's great.
As the Persians want to do.
Exactly.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm talking about the consequences of one Pacific Persian woman being the king's mother. Basically, she was such a horrible mother to this guy, but this guy really wanted to have. She wanted his mother to like him.
Ah. Damn. Maternal issues.
He was kind of, and he was very spineless.
He's just like me, in a certain way.
Yes. At most, after the murder of his wife, she exiled her to Babylon,
Okay.
but then they reconciled.
Oh. I'm assuming that didn't last long?
Well, she died of old age.
Oh,
Yeah, she got
okay.
away. She basically got away with it. Reading that part of the history book was frustrating. It's like, come on, please get away. You got away. But anyway,
Okay.
there was one case where one of the better king's mother had a rival, where essentially her son's wife had an affair with the king.
Oh, let's go. More affairs.
Yeah, and by the way, this is at this point the king's mother is actually the queen. So the
Okay.
king's mother is this. So this is the queen.
Oh, all right. Let's
Learns
go.
about the affair that her husband had with daughter-in-law, and because
daughter-in-law.
she basically,
Okay.
she wins in the gambling match, or like a birthday present. The king's robe, which is a sign of authority. If you have like this robe, symbolically means you have the right to rule the kingdom, and she was gonna give this robe to her family, which means this specific royal family has
the right to rule.
Right to rule.
I'm assuming that didn't sit well.
And she decided to do something, play a bit of a long game with her president. She didn't want to punish the girl directly.
Oh,
you
okay.
See, because, she wants to keep the dynastic bloodline stuff. So in order to shame the family, she grabbed her mother.
Okay, let's go.
Have her being beaten.
Okay, that's off to a great start.
Nose, lips, ears cut off.
Oh, okay. We now.
More mutilations.
Oh, okay. Let's go. Mutilations.
More mutilations, including both of her breasts being removed.
Oh. Okay, now see, that's a little bit much, don't you think?
You gotta make an example of people.
Still,
she did that. Yeah, but when these women are mad, they make the kings go like, "Can I just be executed by you, sire?"
Yeah, it's not history if you're not being poetic about it.
Yeah, especially if remember these are also partly from Greek sources, so maybe some over exaggeration.
All right.
Some
just a little bit, just a tiny.
But I'm inclined to believe it because there's a lot worse things that happen in history.
I am.
Yeah, this is
the double mastectomy because.
Wait, what's this about vasectomy?
No, it's cutting off the breast is a mastectomy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like no, I'm inclined to believe it because taking away her rights as a woman. Yeah, it's like
it was purposely meant to be symbolic. Look, like usually with these brutal executions, it's symbolic. And remember, and also you have to this is a very much educated, like a polite etiquette society where you have there's a certain procedure where stuff is done. So like but yeah, you get like the harem stuff pretty awful. Also in the society, they borrowed a lot from the Mesopotamian society, so lots of bureaucracy.
Oh.
You.
Us.
Yeah.
Let's go. Bureaucracy.
They have like.
Now, sir, I know you want to execute the guy, but we have to go through. But the bureaucracies insist that we can't just kill him yet. We have procedures.
Well, yeah. Well, it's part of the reason that it also kind of limited the powers of the king a bit, where you find this in the story of Esther, where if the king seal like signed something into law and put on his seals, and they can't revoke it.
Okay.
So that's kind of like a major plot point in Esther, where Haman convinced the king to put his seal on the law to kill all the Jews on this one day, that they have to come up with a new law to find a way to circumvent it.
Man, I just really want to get rid of that one ethnic group. But sir, bureaucracy insists that we just can't. Man, now we gotta come up with a new
pretty
law.
much.
That's
So another thing, slavery.
Oh, let's go. It's our favorite subject.
I love it when the Persians try to call slavery something else, so they can technically say they didn't do slavery.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
it's they were called. Yeah, it's not slavery. They were called kurtosh.
A what?
Kurtosh.
Kurtosh.
Kurtash.
Okay.
Kurtosh. But they were basically slaves. They were basically slaves. Like they were given minimum of surviving. They did try to encourage breeding, but
slaves in all but name.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
And it wasn't a big slave empire, like compared to Rome.
Okay.
But it was still awful.
Mm.
Because of course it is. Ancient world.
Slavery. I don't see any scenario where slavery's not awful.
Slavery is also just awful for the nation, because it's a lot. The nation is a lot healthier if they have a middle class, because the middle class are usually able to produce. Yeah.
Oh.
It's.
Yeah. Well, more. So it's what it does is
it makes it incredibly lazy. It just cuts all creativity.
Okay.
All that kind of stuff. Yeah. Like it just kind of helps slow society down too.
Okay.
Yeah, but
it's legitimately a mass scale slavery is awful on society.
Mm.
So, yeah, but there are some positives with the Persian Empire.
Wait, okay.
One element is that compared to like Rome and the Western empires, they're not as exploitative.
Okay.
In terms of local cultures, they tend to try to
like assimilate.
They don't try to make like everyone into a Persian. Like you keep your they respect local customs and local stuff. So it's like if they happen to take over Greece back then, so they did do deportation. So they would deport some.
Oh, okay.
Some people, mainly probably Athens and Sparta. Athens and Sparta would suffer the deportations because they were the very naughty ones.
One of their kings, did the whole thing. Or was this before the whole 300 situation?
This is like the hypothetical scenario that either Darius takes over or Xerxes. So
okay.
Like Sparta and Athens were already on the crap list of the Persian Empire.
Already, okay.
What they did to the ambassador.
They killed the messengers of Persia, which is a big no-no in the pre-modern world. You do not kill messengers.
Even in the modern world, you don't kill diplomats.
I'm just a messenger.
Yeah, exactly. So they would have like had local. The Greek culture would have been, even though under Persian control, they would have had their cultures and customs and even laws of government. You know, as long as they pay their taxes, of course.
Oh, of course.
Because
It all
of
goes
course
back to taxes. It all goes back to taxes.
Wait, look, the Empire needs to get its money somehow.
I know, but it's just
They
funny. It all goes back to taxes. Hey, did you pay your taxes? No. Sorry, buddy.
Oh man. You haven't given me my money yet? Hold on, let me grab a drink.
Yowzers. Sorry.
That is some good
Ooh,
OJ.
yowzers.
Smash!
Ooh, sorry,
Ooh,
buddy.
yowzers. That's a nice city you have there. Be a shame if somebody took their populace and scattered them to the wind.
But yeah, like the hair, like so. Half of this book is really good. It's super breezy to read through too. Like compared to the last one, where it was a slog to go through. This was super breeze to read and learning some interesting stuff to learn some perspective that is not like trying to tackle the fact that both the Persian sources and the Greek sources have some form of bias, and then trying to tell the story without being influenced by the the Greek worldview, where in the Greek worldview, the Persian Empire is seen as a decadent culture after Xerxes, like the decline.
Okay.
Trying to hype, it was kind of forming as to hype themselves up. Like ancient Greece exceptionalism, in a sense.
Okay.
And it does influence Western civilization version of the Persian Empire, if they ever was studying it at all. Because they kind of have the viewpoint. And even when I mention about the politics that goes into the royal family, when I say it's dysfunctional, they compete with the Ptolemies.
Okay, so they're bad. They're pretty bad.
It's awful. Like, again, every royal succession is a murder fest.
Let's go.
Some of them only lasted like a couple of days.
Ninjato, you would love the Ottomans.
Oh yeah, I know about the Ottomans. Did they
also enjoy killing people?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Well, that's just normal.
Even more. What the Ottomans would do is that they would get all their they would have a whoever won they would like have like tens and tens and tens of siblings.
Okay.
And then they would kill all of them except for one.
Jeez. Why?
Yeah.
And by the way,
competition. You don't want competition.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
what's wrong with them?
And then the reason they have only the one is so that they be put in a separate dungeon, basically a different prison.
Okay.
Because they're the backup ruler in case he dies without leaving an heir.
Oh, okay.
But if
it's to avoid civil wars.
Yeah, and if it so happens he sires an heir. Assassins get sent in over to kill the uncle.
Oh, let's go. More assassins. I love it.
So yeah, it's like it doesn't help that the stuff with the Ottomans feeds into the idea of harem tied to Orientalism that the book kind of highlights on that.
Okay.
Like making harem thinking that it's just a sex thing, but it's not. It's harem is actually meant to be like house. It's a house of like the private quarters of the king.
Huh.
And another weird thing also about Persian culture, ancient Persian culture, the women, it's more honorable for higher ranking women to not be in the public eye.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah.
Why?
Because of chastity stuff. They were very prudish as a culture.
Huh.
Like they do. like they kind of respect women, as you can tell, even with their political system. You know, with the king's mother and all that shenanigans.
Yeah.
That if for them, they kind of view as like, even though they are allowed to go out and do stuff, so they're not permanently trapped in the house. It's just that the expectation is that you try to hide. You don't put yourself in the public light.
Does this mean what I think it does, Ninjato?
What?
Hijab.
No.
No?
No hijabs.
Oh, okay. Why do you sound disappointed?
I wanted to be right.
Oh my gosh, women's rights aren't being violated? Damn,
everything goes
how
back to
disappointing.
modern Middle East.
But it's the way you sound, it's like, oh my gosh, you're telling me women's rights weren't violated? Man, I'm 0 out of 10 book.
Look, just because it's a Middle Eastern country with that has the land there's modern day Islam, and it has some weird and it has ties to, like, similarities to the Ottoman Empire, doesn't mean are full Muslims. Remember, this is the ancient world. They're weirder.
They're weirder.
We want to talk about hijabs. Let's talk about the Greeks.
Well, the Greeks like hijabs and shit?
The social structure was actually
worse.
Woman in ancient Athens, at least at the beginning, was like, you be in the house, and then that's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, ancient Athens is like, there's like a joke about where Athens is for democracy, basically. But of course only for the men.
Oh, only for the men.
And the landowners.
And the landowners. No slaves. It's like.
Excuse me. Are you insinuating that slaves are people?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it true? Okay. No, actually, no. I'm. We'll get back on track. But I remember reading somewhere that like, some Middle Eastern countries now they're starting to not be so or maybe this has been the thing for a while now. I don't remember, but like they're starting to be less harsh about like hijabs and stuff for women. So like,
there's fucking feminist movements in Saudi Arabia.
It can actually tie it into so. To conclude the way the book ends. So the way the book ends is talking about the Persian Empire afterwards, what people kind of remember in history. You know, after a while, the Persian Empire was forgotten.
Oh, damn.
Because the Parthians took over for a bit.
Okay.
And
Parthians, in the had the territory of the Persian Empire, were not ethnically Persian themselves. They were a foreign group.
Yeah. Yeah, and they were
the Sassanid dynasty that would come after it were a Persian empire.
And
okay.
Yeah, and the Parthians are actually a different ethnic of the same type of people as the Persians.
Oh. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. But and also the Parthians were not much interested in similar ambitions as the Persians of making like a big empire. But that happened. Sassanids, the memory was slowly being forgotten over time. But then the Arabs took over.
Oh. Okay.
Because of the Muslims' conquest. And the Muslims, aka the Arabs, really did not want to have people be reminded about the pagans.
Oh.
Their pagan past.
And
that leads. And you get then when to the modern day in the 20th century. So when the Shah the government before the current government
Okay.
was in power, he was trying to bring back imagery of the ancient Iran, the Achaemenids,
Oh.
like bringing out Cyrus, for example.
Oh.
But
Okay.
when the mullahs took over,
Okay.
they were trying to ban all that stuff.
Oh.
But right now,
Mm-hmm.
there seems to be movements within Iran of young people kind of rebelling and calling back to the Achaemenids.
Oh, interesting.
And by the way, ever since the mullahs took over also, they kind of they make archaeology difficult.
Oh.
They're trying their
Cringe.
damnness.
Okay.
Man, I love oligarchies. Love oligarchies.
Woo!
Yeah, I love it when a religious extremist group is trying to prevent actual history being shown because it may make themselves look bad.
Okay. Let's go,
And,
oligarchies. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. And then, another fun fact, another interesting thing of me from reading the book, because I used to think that Susa, one of the Persian cities, a city called Susa, was like the capital of the Persian Empire. It was not.
Okay.
It was the administrative capital of the empire.
So what was the real capital?
A place called Parapolis. Parapolis.
Okay.
And
That's an interesting name.
and that's where
That's all right. That's a Greek name for it.
yeah.
What's
that's
the real name?
I can't remember they just use Periopolis.
Okay. Huh.
Let me just.
I guess in Persian, polis
Let me.
is the same as in Greece.
It's in Old Persian. It's it's they have like a different pronunciation.
Ah, okay.
It's Persepolis. Persepolis.
Okay.
Wait, this is kind of the spelling. But it was the capital until Alexander showed up.
Ah. Okay.
Yeah, his men not only picked that city clean and burnt it to the ground.
Yay, Alexander. Okay.
Also, Darius III was not as bad of a ruler, bad as a ruler as the sort you may think so.
Okay.
He was trying. He just took over the kingdom after again another bloody succession crisis, and he took over the kingdom just as Alexander took over his kingdom.
Oh, this is just
Originally, it was gonna be a mashup between Philip of Macedon and who was Darius's dad?
Yeah, no, not Darius's dad, his brother.
Okay.
So this is just bad
No,
timing.
a cousin actually. Technically it was bad timing and failure after failure.
Okay.
Like the biggest screw up was after the Battle of Issus, because another interesting thing about I'm tying into this here about the Persian royal family structure is that it's always on the move.
Okay,
in huge
interesting.
Caravans.
Huh.
And the road system was actually really good. Like
Okay, interesting.
like Roman, like the only road system that can compete with it is Rome's.
I praise.
Yeah, it was really good. But yeah, the king with a massive entourage, including like thousands of soldiers, was just moving along. Well, it also he brings it with him in battle. And when Darius fled, all of his royal women, his harem,
Mhm.
and his children, and all the royal women of all the elites that he married to have like the political authority was taken by Alexander the Great.
Oh. Good job, Darius.
He was like, "Can I have my wife back?" And then Alexander was like, "Fuck you, beat me in a battle."
I
Yep,
miss
pretty
my
much.
wife. I miss my wife, Alex. I miss her a
And
lot.
there's a possibility that he slept with
Too
his
bad.
wife, and that wife died in childbirth.
Oh, lovely. Okay. Let's go. What a lovely.
Yeah, and also but the thing was the book highlight is that child, based on the timing, that child was most likely not even Darius's kid. It was Alexander's.
Oh. Okay.
Basically,
Wow.
Alexander is like, I am the new Persian king.
Wow. Dear. What a fall off. Goodness.
Yeah, it like the Persian Empire
Hmm.
is an interesting case where it fell at the while it was still high.
Wow. It's like
if it was like any other type of leader. I'm pretty sure Darius III would have been considered a great king because he defeated a great invasion and able to hold on to his power long enough to hopefully have a stable succession.
Hopefully.
But the problem is that out of all the people he had to face the Mary Sue, known as Alexander the Great.
The anime protagonist.
Yeah, the anime protagonist of history.
Yeah.
It's not just Alexander. Like Philip probably would have been able to do the same things as Alexander, but Philip would have been a bit more strained. And he was like, "Oh," and then if Darius is like, "All right, let's have a deal," and then Philip was like, "Okay, well, let's have a deal. All right, let's have a deal. I could work at that. I get half your empire." But then Alexander's like, "I want to be the new Achilles. I am going to conquer your ass."
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I mean by anything. Like, if it wasn't Alexander, if it was anyone else, he would have had like either defeat him or he would have still cut the empire in some way.
But it just had to
But
be
he
Alex.
dealt with Alexander the Great. Like a person's whose ambition is only matched and succeeded by Napoleon Bonaparte.
That guy. Napoleon. Okay.
And I'm like, Napoleon, Alexander the Great does not have Ridley Scott butchered him.
Well.
Yeah, Alexander has other people to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But anyway, we're not talking about Alexander, but yeah. Overall, I would give this book a gut feeling right now. 9 out of 10.
That's not
There's
too bad.
some
High praise.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
8 or 9 out of 10. I think 8.5 actually.
8.5.
8.5.
Okay.
I need to keep track of my book rankings, and then I can make it proper. At some point, I need to like, okay, what are my book rankings I'm doing out of 10, and then.
Okay.
So I can just do like competitive. Okay, do I like this book better than this one? And that's fun stuff, but. I recommend it.
You recommend it?
Let's talk about let's talk about the people that took out the Persians.
Oh, all right. So, does your book get into that matchstick? How the Greeks?
A little bit.
A little bit. How they kick the Persians' ass. All right.
Yeah, basically.
All right.
Here,
that happen?
Just a second. Let me clean up a little bit while I've been painting right now some of my Robin Hood miniatures.
Oh, okay.
Working on the Sheriff of Nottingham. All right, but let's put them away. So The Life of Greece by Will Durant. This is the second book of his History of Civilization series. His Civilization series that I've talked about.
Mm-hmm.
The first one being what was the name of it?
I could look it up.
Just a second.
I could look it up.
Audible. No. I've got it right here. I've got it. Just a second. Library. Finished.
Story of Civilization.
Our Oriental Heritage.
There we go.
Yeah.
Which was about the Middle East,
Mm-hmm.
India, and the Far East. Now this is about Greece from its Bronze Age origins up to its conquest by Rome. It's also Will Durant does a third of it is history, a third of it is philosophy, and another third is arts and daily living and stuff like that. But I'm just going to talk mostly about the history side of it, because that's what the historical analysis and stuff like that. Because that's what's fun for me.
Okay.
But we'll get into philosophy another day.
I did forget one thing. Just a brief.
All right.
On the Persian book, it did talk about religion, actually.
Oh,
about
okay.
it, and as opposed
Zoroastrianism, right?
We actually don't know. The most common idea now is they took Elamite gods. The only evidence of widespread
like
Zoroastrianism. No, those are Mesopotamians. Elamites have their own set of gods.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
So the main reason is that that Zoroastrianism is a possibility is that they use the name of the main god.
Okay.
But in terms of beliefs and practices, they did not do that. There's no evidence.
Okay.
But evidence could easily be found more, if we were allowed to excavate a bit more.
Okay.
I'm sure in a few generations we'll be able to do that again. I mean, maybe like a generation we'll be able to do it again.
Yeah. All right.
But not anytime soon.
Yeah. So hey, let's just talk about some more Greek stuff.
Yeah. Will Durant. I know he's gonna get a bit unbalanced in like the philosophy stuff later, because I know specifically that he has 100-page section on Erasmus, which is this like Dutch philosopher or something like that. I'm like, I'm not sure I want to listen. What?
Wait, Erasmus, 1500s? If
he Will Durant thought originally that he was going to make like 2 books about the Renaissance era.
The early Erasmus, I know him. He's the guy who made a one of the first revisions of a completed Greek text that was used later by Luther to make his own version of the Bible, his translation of the Bible. He's very smart. He also wrote a comedy book called "In Praise of Folly" that was loved by the Pope, but then later got banned.
Oh, okay. Oh man, your book was amazing.
But it's like,
oh, thank you.
Will Durant thought he would do 2 books on like the Renaissance and early modern period, and then it ballooned to 7.
Oh, okay.
It
All
was
right.
like more than half the series.
Clear.
Which I'm not complaining because that's one of my favorite eras of history. But we're talking about the Greeks right now. So
All right.
thankfully, I only listened to 32 hours of Greek texts
Okay.
and stuff like that. But Greece started off. The first bit of major Greek civilization was the Minoans, which operated on the island of Crete. Which Greece has that little chain of islands running around the bottom of the sea between that and Turkey.
Okay. Actually,
In like a map of Greece, you have that little island,
Uh-huh.
like those little bit of islands between Greece and Turkey.
that's where the Minoans come from.
Yeah, it's like the really
Yeah,
big one
they
on the
were-
bottom.
Yeah, they were. They are not. They were not. An empire per se. They were like a major trading network.
They were kind of like pirates a bit.
Oh,
Yeah,
pirates.
they were a mix of pirates and they were a seafaring civilization. The first empire in Greece was the one that came afterwards. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's Crete right on the bottom, but they would they were sort of the original civilization, and that they would often raid sort of local Greek peoples and bring them into like their palaces and just sacrifice them.
Oh, okay.
This is
Let's
where
go,
you get the
human
tale of
sacrifices!
Theseus. This is where the Minotaur myth comes from.
Yes.
Oh. Okay, would you say Minotaur?
Minotaur.
Yeah.
What are you British?
Minotaur.
I was gonna be like Minotaur. That's
We have some. We have a limey. We have a limey in here. Attention! We have a red.
What?
We have a hidden red
Don't
coat.
say Minotaur.
No.
no. I always pronounce it Minotaur.
Minotaur.
I've never heard Minotaur before.
I've only heard Minotaur. I've only heard British people say Minotaur.
That's just like two of the.
Really?
I said it since I was a kid. So
I've always said Minotaur.
Okay. Same with me.
I always heard it as Minotaur.
Yeah.
I guess because like they pronounce the O in there as much.
Huh.
yeah, I never got a. I think it was just the way we talked, and sometimes I say Minotaur, but it's. Yeah.
This is the first, I've never heard Minotaur.
Well, I guess it is New England.
Okay.
Emphasis on England.
So the Minotaur.
Yeah, but that's sort of the emphasis. It's the cultural memory of the island of Crete. But as it goes on, the Greek states eventually develop and destroy the Cretans. And as it goes on, it becomes sort of the original Greek Mycenaean states that are a bit different. We don't know nearly as much about them as the classic Greek states, and eventually they do fall during the Bronze Age period.
Okay.
Yeah, they were the Greek civilization that the Bronze Age collapse took out, leading to the Dark Ages. And this is also a civilization that inspired the Iliad and the Odyssey.
Yeah.
Okay.
These are the guys that would be doing the Trojan War, which most likely was a war that happened at some point.
Yeah, I did mention this with talking about the Bronze Age collapse, but yeah, it's a war. I don't know what Will Durant said about it, but
I don't remember too much about it. This was a while ago that I read it, but he didn't mention it. You know, it was most likely a thing that happened. He did talk about Schliemann.
Schliemann?
Yeah,
and he was like, he was being polite about Schliemann.
Okay.
And he did emphasize that Schliemann, you know, like he did some damage, but he did bring in a lot of information and growth to the and being an aspiring figure to the archaeological scene. That's what Will Durant's opinion was.
He was a messy archaeologist. He blew up.
Yeah. His myth and legacy is more impactful than what he actually did.
Chang, remember we talked about this. This Schliemann was the one who is the reason why Troy is gone.
Oh. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't say like gone. It's a big
he did a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But
he dynamited through. He thought Schliemann thought that obviously the Troy from the Trojan War was the bottom one, so we just dynamited through all the rest of the Troys because as city goes on, you build on top of each other. So there's like Troy 1 through something, and he dynamited his way down to 0, and he's like, "Oh yeah, look at all this cool stuff." And what's ironic is that one of the Troys that he dynamited through, the bottom was more likely to be the one from the Trojan War than one from the actual bottom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
we're still able to get a lot of stuff from those archaeological digs, but Schliemann did do a lot of damage.
Could have been a lot more.
All right.
I'm kind of disappointed at Schliemann.
Okay.
Because he was kind of, from what Will Durant said, he was like, by the end of his life, like he actually considered praying to Zeus and stuff like that, which is just wild.
Maybe those people were onto something with Zeus. I should pray to him.
He was like one of those like great from like the academic types and like Greco. There was a Greco-Roman kind of was the thing.
Okay.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
And he's like one of those guys that took it to the next level.
Okay.
Yeah, like he wasn't necessarily. This is before archaeologist was a thing. This is the infancy. He was more of an enthusiast of archaeology as opposed to a trained one. What would be considered?
But he did gain quite a legend about himself, which inspired actual proper archaeology.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
His wife also took the fortune that he had when he died. What?
No, I don't know. I don't know why I said of course. It's just something about wife taking the fortune after he dies. Like, I should have seen this coming.
Were you gonna let me finish the sentence?
Okay, I'll let you finish.
And was a considerable philanthropist for archaeologists.
Okay, Okay, there's a positive
she would-
twist. I'm sorry.
She used the fortune that Schliemann had to fund archaeologists in archaeological schools.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just when you start a sentence with "wife took all the fortune," it usually has like you think of the negative, like oh she ran off with it. Okay. But
No,
okay.
it was after he died.
Okay, after. I mean, but still, like you hear oh dead, alive, dead. Oh the wife took all the money. It's like you immediately the next part of the sentence in my mind is like and then she ran off with it.
Genius, like the I think the thing we're trying to tell you here was these weren't terrible people. They were just very ignorant.
Okay.
Very ignorant and
There are the people who had to. They're the people who sort of walked so that other people could run.
Okay.
Yeah, like there was some other controversy with Schliemann about I think Schliemann or some other archaeologists about taking artifacts not approved by the government.
Oh.
That was Schliemann.
That was Schliemann?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He had some stuff with the Turks, with the Turkish government.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
Going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, I do want to say just what the Trojan War is before we continue. The Trojan War was most likely a conflict between the Mycenaean Greek, between the Hittites actually.
The Hittites?
And the Greeks of, yeah. What? We actually have records of the Hittites of conflicts that was going on in that area around the similar time period.
Oh. What the?
That most likely the Trojan War would take place.
What was between them and the Hittites?
Probably alliances and trade and stuff like that.
Yeah,
the usual.
Okay.
It was like that region was constant in rebellion.
Ah, okay.
Was starting independence.
Ah.
Yeah.
I see.
But the Bronze Age collapse happened, and then out of its ashes grows the classical Greek states. Sparta, Athens, Thebes, Corinth, Argos.
All right.
You're gonna say something?
Yeah, and I was gonna make the joke. Unfortunately, it took about 500 years to occur because it was known there. It's known as the Dark Age because we have next to nothing.
How many Dark Ages are there?
Usually, when the term Dark Age is used, it usually means we have nothing on the historical records from this point to this point.
Oh, okay.
Usually a civilization, usually like a civilization, an ancient one collapsed, and then it took they had it took a while for like a really big sort of riding to pop back up again.
Okay.
In large forms.
Okay then.
Okay,
but yeah.
Is Will Durant pro Sparta or pro Athens?
He's usually very dry about this stuff, but considering about how much he wrote about Athens, if you would ask, I guess if you would ask him the question, he would probably say Athens.
He's got a bias towards the Athenians. Okay.
Like he's very dry and chill about this stuff.
Okay.
Not like dry in a bad way, but like he tries to write it how it is.
Very, very.
But he does
neutral.
Yeah, but he does write a ton about Athens.
Okay, so he
compared to everybody else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's also more to write. The Athenians were the biggest writers in Greece, so there is just more material about Athens.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the Spartans didn't.
Also, probably because most of the philosophers and artists and stuff like that were Athenians.
Okay.
That we know of. So he had tons and tons on Socrates, on Plato, on Aristotle, and all these other minor names that I can't remember, that I'm not going to be able to remember.
Minors.
Euripides, Aeschylus.
A lot of them. There was a lot of names. He talked about a lot of sort of lesser known people.
Okay.
Yeah, Aristotle wasn't from Athens, but he was a major figure in Athens. But he was not from Athens.
Okay. Interesting.
But as it goes on, the Greek cities are. It's very interesting as the early Greeks are very. I say their politics they have a lot of variety.
Okay.
At the originality, like a lot of these different cities will have in this such compacted place. We'll have so many different social structures. We'll have so much different social structures and political structures and stuff like that. Let's take Athens and Sparta, the classic examples.
Those goobers.
Yeah, Sparta is a monarchy. Not really a monarchy, but a biarchy, and it is also run by a council of elected oligarchs or aristocrats. So it is a major oligarchy. While Athens is you get your the major city tribes, and they all go in, and all the freemen vote on everything. And I do literally mean everything.
Oh, okay.
The generals are all like for example, the generals are all voted in.
They sure did love their democracy. They
gotta vote, man.
Well, here's the thing: they love their democracies, but again, except for the women, and the slaves, and the foreigners. We can't have foreigners. You have to be born in Athens.
The foreigners. Damn.
We'll talk about the woman later.
Oh, but what about the foreigners?
And you have to own land too. So if you don't have land, sorry.
You have to
the
own
early
land.
Athenians are very much like the Taliban. You know, keep the woman. The woman are to be in like.
Whoa, that is okay. Explain.
Woman indoors, out of sight.
Okay.
Proper place.
Huh. Wow, that is.
And then eventually, at the later stages.
I know what you're saying.
Oh yeah.
What?
Athenian,
What, Ninjato?
Athenian sexual ethics is hypocritical. Women, you have to be with this one man all your life. Men, you can sleep with whoever you like.
Okay. I love hypocrisy.
I cannot remember what Will Durant wrote on this, but it's at the tip of my tongue. But later on, there were feminist movements.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
And eventually.
Oh yeah.
And eventually, they do start getting much more prominence later on.
Oh. All right.
Like in the at the times of like Alexander and stuff like that. They eventually do get like not, I wouldn't say equal rights, but a whole lot more rights.
You're not equal quite yet, but they're baby steps. Baby steps that take baby steps that take
they
it's gonna take a while for a woman to really get rights.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I was just it just reminded me of one of the most funniest stories I read.
Aristophanes.
Aristophanes. What's that?
He wrote a play called The Assemblywoman, which is a comedy where women dress up as men and disguise themselves as men and go in and vote themselves into power. Then it's a play where he does like all the ridiculous, like it's like, all right, so a man can sleep with whoever he wants, but for every beautiful girl he has to sleep with one ugly girl. And like the woman the woman legislators complain about how cold it is on like the assembly floor, and how they're so tired and they don't want to do.
Oh, so this whole play is just basically, woman, am I right?
It's like to talk. It's like it's like the idea if like society was run by like
this is
woman.
right. Okay, so this is like his idea of like a matriarchal society. Okay.
Which
that's interesting.
He probably gets a lot. He gets a lot of things right.
Well, there's some another comedy that I read that's hilarious from him. It's called Lysistrata, and the whole plot is all the women in Greece.
Lysistrata.
Lysistrata. Okay, all the women in Greece are sick of tired of the Peloponnesian War. So they're planning to stop the war. A sex strike.
What?
All the women goes on strike.
Their plan to stop the war is okay. Fine. If we're to stop the war, we're just not gonna sleep with anyone anymore.
Exactly, and the shenanigans ensue, like including a part where the men and women exposes their gender, saying, "Prove that we are more manly than you are. That we are more what you are." And there's even a part where they, as a parody about Greek negotiations, they have like a woman, like all the Greek men is like, her breast. I want some of her breast. I want some of her leg. Like debating.
Oh my gosh, they're talking about her like she's a fucking piece of food. Wow.
Exactly. It's hilarious.
Wow.
Look, ancient Greek plays are hilarious and awesome. Like you.
I think Aristophanes, if transported into now, would be an amazing comedian.
Like most of that.
What an interesting time period. Is it okay? Like, I'll get back on track, but don't you find it interesting how like so many of like stuff nowadays is common? Like when you think about the grand scheme of things, like it's only fairly recent this stuff happened. Like what was it like? Women's right movement was like during like the 60s, 70s. Around that time period?
Which one? Which women's rights movement?
Well, like, let's just say America for now. Just keep things familiar with me. So like, in our
exactly.
country.
Which one?
Are you, Changis? Are you trying to describe the civil rights movement in general?
I guess.
Because remember, 1920s, the right to vote.
Oh, wait, that was 20s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Susan B.
1910s.
Oh, that's
I don't know.
And even earlier than that, it was like the efforts for women to have the right to vote was late 1800s.
Really?
Like that was the start of the period. Yeah, because it was tied to a lot of social issues at the time, like when the world, mainly the Western world, was getting more industrialized to our modern capabilities, social issues popping up, and women's were asking for the right to vote, and also another one was alcohol, the ban of alcohol.
Wait, women were responsible for prohibition?
Yes.
Yeah, because they were usually the victims of the men overindulging in alcohol.
Oh.
That was partly the fact.
Yeah.
The reason for prohibition was because they didn't really like the idea of alcohol, and they, the moral panic.
Oh,
And then,
okay.
right. And then
Wow.
that's that.
But it's one of those things that help society, and also the amount of alcohol consumption was a lot more dangerous back then than it is now, because of prohibition, we were able to add more regulation of what's the percentage of alcohol in our drinks.
Okay.
Whereas it was a lot more unregulated back then.
Okay. Okay, I didn't know that. That is actually really interesting, though. That woman pushed for prohibition. That's actually news to me.
It's one of the early feminist movements.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, that the church got behind too. So it's
Oh, okay.
with other things. So, and then another one was the right to vote, and that was 1920s. Now, if you're talking about the modern way, you're thinking about women in the workplace and stuff. That occurred in the 1940s, actually, which is like 10 years, like shortly after Will Durant's book. Because of World War II. Because in World War II, most of the men were out fighting the war.
Right. So someone had to work in the factories and all that.
And that's how you get the modern feminist movement. It's spawned from that. It's
okay. I don't know. I guess the point I was trying to make was it's just like I don't know. I guess the point is like it's interesting, like the attitude of women back then was like they're like people would make a whole comedy about like that's just like can you imagine if women ran the world? Am I right, fellas? It's just interesting to me. Like I don't know. At least me personally, I always find like go looking at those like I always find those interesting. That's interesting history to me. Looking back at like those like time capsule moments, like wow, interesting.
Cheng is history is not the study of the present. No, it's not the study of the past. It's the explanation of the present.
Okay.
Yeah, and plus, you see a lot of cycles too, like because like the topics we're talking about with Aristophanes, is stuff that you still experience to this day, like similar attitudes, and because part of it is just the innate gender dynamics. It's just expressed differently.
Okay.
Sorry for hijacking your topic again, Matchstick.
No problem. Where was I?
Classical period.
Yeah. But yeah, so the general idea is eventually you get the Persians that come along.
All right.
And the Persians. Yeah. So the Persians are like classic imperial stuff. They're just going through the border, conquering stuff, and they get to they conquer Turkey, and Greece has sort of three major
they have
sort of sub nationalities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Called Ionian Greek, which is sort of on the coastal middle parts of Greece. Dorian Greek, which is in the south, and Aeonian Greek, which is in the north.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I talked about a bit when talking about the sacred band. Because the Ionian Greeks are more are you talking about the ones in Turkey, Matchstick?
Yeah, the ones in Turkey are Ionian.
Oh yeah, because there's because there's the Attican Greeks in mainland Greeks, that is the Athenians, Boeotians, Thebans, and then the Dorians are Corinth and Spartans.
Okay.
I don't think Corinth was actually Dorian.
It could be,
Though they were quite southern. I think they're Ionian.
They're a weird one.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But so
I know that Corinth has hated Athens.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
So there were multiple different type of Greeks.
Yeah. Sort of like say it's like New England Americans versus Southern Americans versus Middle States.
Hey, don't you disrespect Californians. We hate ourselves. Okay.
Yeah. It's like the Yankees versus the sort of Dixie Southerners. Like say like that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And the Athens,
mm-hmm.
The Ionian Greeks, in the sort of the Turkey region in Turkey, on the coast of Turkey, are like, hey, can we get some help? And they go to Sparta, and Sparta's like, no.
No.
This is the way, and then they go over to Athens and they lie a bunch, and they're like,
oh
yeah, let's go kick some what the fuck is this, a Persian? Let's go kick some Persian ass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I remember this one when I was kind of reading Herodotus.
I don't know, but the Athenians don't know, but they're gonna kick its ass anyway.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure this account was based on Herodotus, and Herodotus again,
mm-hmm.
he has some criticisms about democracy.
Athens as a civilization are one of the most reckless ones I've ever seen. Like they have so much energy, and they're just gonna do whatever. Like they're gonna go and do it.
Okay.
Yeah, and also they were kind of they're ruled by arrogance and passions. Because they think they're the smartest ones on the planet because of their philosophy and stuff. And they constantly put themselves in the most precarious situations if they just...
They do that a lot.
Like
it's also funny because if they just were a little bit more disciplined, they could probably win most of those situations they put themselves in. Like they're supposedly really good at what they do, but they're just so reckless.
Bunch of pompous idiots.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they're like watching Athens is watching like Spider-Man. It's like playing through Spider-Man 2. Like you can see the potential in there, and it's like
Spider-Man
on
2
the
has come
surface,
back.
but it's not fucking there. It's not succeeding.
and then it does. So yeah.
So they go.
The Persian Empire.
What they do is what Athens does is they send like a few boats, go out and just piss off Persia.
Oh.
That's all they do.
Yeah, and
no, they messed with the boats.
Yeah, and it's not just any Persians. They messed with Darius the Great.
Oh. Why?
They were so lucky at the Battle of Marathon.
Why is it always the boats?
Yeah, but Persia ends up coming in, try to invade mainland Greece. Eventually, a lot of high drama, but the gist of it is that Athens and Sparta are able to get a coalition of the city-states and kick Persia out.
Let's go.
It was pretty close, though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a very dramatic story for another age. Story for another time. But eventually it ends up at a sort of a 20-year period before. So there's about a generation between the Persian Wars and the Peloponnesian Wars, and during that, it's Socrates, sort of just like this. The Greeks as a people get this energy from like, holy crap, we did it! We kicked Darth Vader's ass. We kicked out the Empire. We could do anything. We're gonna go and do everything now. That's kind of like the feeling they get as a society. It gets.
Like the Athens just to go. Let's make our own empire. Yeah.
Oh, blackjack and
And
hookers.
then they excuse me. Are you? Well, I mean, hookers are kind of weird in Athens. In Greece.
As we talked about the sacred band, their sexual ethics are weird.
I was just trying to make a Futurama
and Prue. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. But you got the energy right. Like they go on like this weird reckless trip to Egypt that gets them all killed.
Oh. Okay.
And Athens eventually starts building up a league, an we gotta kick the Persians ass if they ever come back again. So us Athenians are gonna protect the other Ionian city-states. We're gonna get a league, and you're gonna pay taxes to us, and we're gonna keep it all, and we're gonna. Yeah. Eventually, after an incident, Corinth drags Sparta into a war with Athens.
Okay. Lovely.
Oh, I think one of the major reasons why Sparta goes to war with Athens is because at some point Athens is like, it makes a treaty with Argos, and I was like, ooh, and that you crossed the line right there, buddy. We gotta kick your ass now.
What's wrong with Argos?
And it's like if what's it
China?
It's
China taking over.
It's
Hawaii.
like if it's like if Canada, it's like if Mexico made made a pact with Russia during the Cold War.
Oh, interesting.
That's kind of the feeling you get.
Okay.
Like
interesting.
Argos is not the traditional. Well, Argos is it's one of the top 5. Like the big 5 cities, like the big 3 city-states is it's Athens and Sparta usually at number 1 and 2, and then Thebes is right behind, and then Corinth and Argos are number 5. Argos is sort of the is not nearly as powerful as Sparta, but it is its traditional rival in the Peloponnese. And it's like, okay, so the really ambitious guys that are just going, like trying to take, looks like they're trying to take over the whole world. Whole of Greece is teaming up with our ancient enemy. let's go out and kick their ass. And Sparta is well, they're very militaristic culture. They're very slow to go to war.
Really?
Yeah,
because there's so little of them and they're hard to replace.
And their society, because the reason why they are so militaristic because they have a slave society.
Oh, okay.
And
goes back to slavery.
And they also rely on them winning battles, so that people are scared of not fighting the Spartans.
Okay.
Because as I talked about in the Sacred Band, is that as soon as Thebes, after the Peloponnesian Wars, defeated Sparta, they crashed hard, and Thebes took their place as the top brat.
Yeah, but one of the we need to get this along because there's a whole lot to talk about. But Athens and Sparta have the Peloponnesian Wars. The first they're really big, really important, high drama stuff.
Okay.
But at the end of it, I'd love to talk about the Peloponnesian Wars sometime, and like Alcibiades and all that stuff. But we just don't have the time. But Athens and Sparta Sparta eventually defeats Athens, tears down its walls, after that, these wars were so horrible, so destructive that Greek society the society as a whole sort of gets traumatic from it.
Whole society gets
and
PTSD. Okay.
It's
World War it happens. Look at the World Wars, 30 Years War, World War One.
Fair enough. But still, it's like.
But these societies, they start like, sort of just like a sea of like a whole bunch of like just petty wars that really do nothing.
Okay.
And that the religion starts to decline, birth rates start to decline, all that kind of stuff. And eventually, Sparta and Athens end up in another war.
Okay, another war.
And Sparta calls on Persia to give them resources to help keep their hegemony in Greece.
Oh yeah, I did not mention this, but the book mentioned.
What an interesting twist.
So the way the Persians kind of view their attempts to take over Greece, it was a minor thing. And
it was just a little scuffle.
Xerxes. Yeah, except for the Xerxes one, they kind of labeled that as a victory because they changed the victory condition. Yeah, so during the Persian Wars,
that's great. So, we won because technically.
Listen. This wasn't about conquering them. This was about teaching them a lesson. We went in, burned their city to the ground, and kicked their shit out of them, and then left.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty much. It was pretty much they redubbed it as a punitive expedition to Athens. Even though,
which was a lie, but they launched a massive invasion trying to conquer the whole Greece.
That's amazing. See, I won because I changed the rules.
So what they do instead is that there's various Greek politicians, the diplomats that actually visit their courts, and they would just fund money. They played both sides, so they end up on top.
That's great.
Yeah, but this like they've they did fund both sides in the Peloponnesian War. But this was Sparta basically asking for intervention to keep their empire, to be able to keep hegemony of the Greek states, which was seen as a massive betrayal. And after that, eventually they end up with the war against Thebes, where Thebes beat the Spartans.
Okay.
And then after that, the Thebans are immediately steamrolled by. Come on, you Chinese. We've talked about this before.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Anybody? Philip of Macedon. Alexander's death.
Alexander. Okay.
And also, Thebes had a good 12 years, good 16 years, like 16 to 30 years.
They had a good half a generation before being destroyed.
Yeah.
Okay.
But after that, usually one of the things that happens, and most of the time in societies like this, is that the periphery kingdom eventually the sort of like kind of that nationality kingdom on the periphery conquers the areas around them and uses that resources to wipe out the traditional civilizational core.
Okay.
Like for example, Prussia. Prussia was a sort of frontier kingdom in the German states, and it kicked around, took a lot of resources, and was able to use those resources to take over the rest of the German states. And they also in Germany, the Macedonians had a super military. They had the not the phalanx. What was it called again? I guess it's the Macedonian phalanx, which is like imagine a horde of like 60 men. Imagine a 60-man block of people coming at you with spears the size of flagpoles.
Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds like
in a frontal assault, it is a nightmare to fight against. Because you're way down there in it. Because the enemy is way down there and you're right here.
Okay.
Yeah. But eventually, Alexander the Great did a boogaloo, conquered all Persia. There's a funny story in there where Darius is on the run. He's trying to get out of Dodge. And some of his generals around him kill him and are like, "Holy yeah, we got him." Alexander is going to be so happy that we killed Darius, his great rival in Persia. Oh man, he's going to reward us so much. And then Alexander comes in and he was like, "I was going to give him clemency, you motherfuckers. You robbed me. Crucify these men. Put them on a cross."
Oh yeah, crucifixion was a thing at the time?
Oh yeah, the Persians invented it.
Oh, really? Crucifixion was a Persian
their version. Yeah, and also they did impalement.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, Vlad the Impaler is such a fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually didn't know that they created crucifixion. Okay.
Huh. So those Persians are very inventive people.
Wow. And so what did the Romans were just like, oh my gosh, that's a really creative thing you did there. Hey, why don't we do that to that Jesus guy? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, they did it to the
I
worst
know, yeah,
criminals.
they did it to like the worst one, because you know the story is like, you know, there was 2 other guys up there with Jesus, but it's just interesting, like, oh wow, that crucifixion thing, that's horrible. I love it.
Crassus is like, let's put those slaves that I just defeated, and just have a line of them on the Appian Road all the way to Rome.
Wow. Okay.
But Alexander conquers it.
Uh-huh.
Then it ushers in the an era of warlordism and anarchy called the Wars of the Successors.
Oh, let's go warlords.
It's also a fun story for another day. High drama, that kind of stuff. But eventually we end up with the Macedonians, the Kingdom of Macedonia in the north of Greece. You have the Greek city-states in the south of Greece. You have Egypt, and you have the Seleucid Empire and what remained of Persia. You also have the Bactrian kingdoms, which is a bunch of Greco-Afghanistan kingdoms. There was a bunch of Greek kingdoms in Afghanistan.
Really? What were they doing there?
Yeah. Because the Persian Empire was so big. And Alexander conquered so much that he just colonized Greeks.
Oh.
Throughout the empire.
Fought the Chinese at one point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dude,
over horses.
Over horses. Dude really went. Okay, Mr. Anime Protagonist. All right, I'm gonna fight the Chinese now. Give me your horses.
Well, he didn't fight the Chinese. He fought the Indians, but his successors fought the Chinese.
Oh, okay. I see. Still, okay, then. Bro.
He went into India, and then he was like, "All right, we're just gonna keep conquering." And then his troops were like, "I miss my family. I'm done with this." And then he had a tantrum, and then he gave up. He threw a tantrum because he couldn't conquer to the end of the ends of the earth.
I want to conquer the world. I miss my family.
Alexander, we're tired. We're conquering stuff we've been on the fight for like 10 years now. Can we just stop? And then Alexander's like, no, I want to go. I
want to conquer more.
Okay. That's interesting.
And so, you know what Alexander did afterwards?
What? He conquered more?
He returned. No, he returned to Babylon.
Okay.
But through a desert.
What a spiteful dude! Oh my goodness! Okay, you want to complain about not wanting to conquer? Fine, walk in the desert. Goodness.
Yeah, we're to go back to civilization the fastest way possible. Through that desert.
Through that desert. Wow, that is spite right there. That is spite.
And guess what? And you can guess what happened.
Let me guess. People weren't too happy about that.
A lot of his men died.
Oh. Well, see, they can't complain if they're dead. Oh, didn't think about that,
exactly.
Did you? Okay.
They should have let Alexander. Well, if they wanted to live, they should have thrown themselves at more Indians for me.
Wow. That's something else. Dude really was just... I don't know, there's something funny to me about when, like, these people just do really spiteful things just because. Like, please, Alex, I miss my wife. I miss her a lot. I wanna go
You're.
home.
Don't worry about your wife. I'm gonna get. You're divorced now. I'm gonna marry you to a Persian woman. What? True story. He did that a lot.
Yeah.
Alex, I miss my wife. Okay, fine. Here's a Persian woman. That's your new wife. Are you done complaining?
He had
But,
mass.
like,
He
here's
had
the-
mass marriages because he wanted to create this new Greco-Persian culture.
Huh.
And but here's the funny part.
Mm.
The Macedonians were complete racists.
Let's go! Racism!
They hated.
I don't.
Hated. They hated
don't
Alexander
want a
becoming
Persian wife.
Persians.
Mm.
You'll get your hot Persian wife and you'll like it.
I want my Macedonian wife.
You're gonna get a Persian wife, and you will love it. Wow. I'm starting to get a feeling Alex wasn't exactly the best of dudes.
Oh, he's an awful person, but he's an awesome person.
He's a fascinating person.
He's
Yeah,
a
he is.
fascinating person. Okay.
He literally thought he was a storybook character.
I mean,
Like you
the
had
way you guys talk
if you want here
Uh-huh.
Changus, if you wanted to get on Alexander's good side, do the thing that would be at a Greek do the most Greek story thing that possible
okay.
in any situation. That makes Alexander very happy.
Mm.
Like he wanted to do all the stuff. He wanted to be the new Achilles,
Oh.
and so he was trying to play out his own Iliad.
And also, by the way, he thought himself as being the son of Zeus.
Oh. Do really?
He advertised that a lot, but it's kind of debatable whether he actually thought
Well,
that
it's
himself.
debatable, but honestly,
Dude really
He still
thought
advertised
he
it, which is he still advertised himself as a son of Zeus, which is good enough.
Buddy
Yeah,
here
that's
really
good.
thought he was an anime protagonist. That's
To
That's
be fair,
amazing.
after all that he did, it's like if you're like if you're just like some like Greek peasant, you're like,
uh-huh.
okay, he conquered everything, sure, I believe it. He's a son of Zeus.
Yeah, that sounds like a Zeus thing. I'm not gonna complain.
But after that, it goes into a period called the Hellenistic period, which is a sort of another rise with the major Greek and Greco-Macedonian kingdoms.
Okay.
But eventually, they start going into decay. The Parthians conquer most of the Seleucid Empire until it just remains basically Israel.
Okay.
The Macedonians end up with a war end up embroiled in the Punic Wars, and Rome is like, all right, you son of a bitch, you teamed up with Carthage. I'm gonna kill you for that, and they killed Macedonia for that.
Oh, lovely.
Eventually, Rome just starts working its way down south.
Uh-huh.
And they eventually conquer, Israel
Mhm.
/ Seleucid Britons, and then Julius Caesar ends up in Egypt. But that Seleucid stuff and Egypt stuff is for another day, because that's post Roman conquest of Greece itself.
Okay.
But the Romans go in and they're like, all right, we respect you guys. We'll give you we'll give you freedom, and we'll make a new Greek league.
Uh-huh.
And the Greeks fuck it up,
Oh.
and they're like, all right, we'll make a second Greek league. And the Greeks fuck it up again, and they're like, all right, we're gonna nuke Corinth, and then you're all Romans now.
Uh-huh. How'd they fuck up?
Um,
I'm
they
sensing a
rebelled.
pattern
They,
here.
they sort of, I think it was that they rebel against the Roman rule, stuff like that,
Okay.
and sort of fall into civil wars.
Oh, let's go.
And there's a story. One of Alexander's cousins,
Uh-huh.
they're from a kingdom called Epirus that is in modern day Albania.
Yeah.
He's a really fun character too, called Purus.
Yeah, Pierce.
Okay.
Purus is really fun because he's one of those guys. Who just went around and just like smashed up everything, and then put it down. It's like, ooh, shiny, and it went over and it smashed up everything, and it put it down. It's like, ooh, shiny. He went around and he fought the Romans. He fought in Sicily against the Carthaginians.
All right.
He went over and he basically just fought everybody in the and he fought a whole bunch in the Western Mediterranean. He's a really fun character.
Do you really like picking fights?
Well, yeah, but here's the important part.
Okay, the important part.
In his war against Rome, he won every single battle, but his casualty rates were so high that he said, "I do not want to have another victory," and that's how we get the term Pyrrhic victory.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Like, in terms of the war against his war against the Romans, he technically won that war militarily, but it cost him too much that he couldn't capitalize on it.
I won, but at what cost? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Huh. All right. Cool.
But that's kind of the story of ancient Greece. This is a really fun book. It's a very fun book to read. You might not like all of it because it does have a lot of cultural stuff and a lot of philosophical stuff.
Okay.
Which is and art stuff, which is like sometimes it's a bit much, but usually you can the chapters are laid out pretty well. So if you want to skip it, you can pretty easily.
Okay.
Yeah. I give this a 8 to a 9 out of 10. Probably 9 out of 10.
Okay. Interesting.
But I really liked it. I would recommend. This is a very good sort of general history of Greece.
Yeah.
All right.
And with that, I need to go to bed.
You're gonna go to bed now? Okay.
Yeah, same here. It's getting pretty late.
Yeah.
All right. You guys
have a good night.
Segment. Have a good night.
You're not through with history. You have the history of the ring to worry about later.
Okay.
Is that right? Not.
In a way, yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Have a good night. Enjoy Pokemon and wrestling.
All right. Have a good night, Ninjato.
I tell you what, brother. You get 2 minutes. 2 minutes in the playtime.
I didn't realize Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan just merged together.
My favorite thing about that is Randy Savage always he uses his fingers, he uses the last two digits on his hands to say two. So he's just bringing up his fists and be like, you got 2 minutes.
2 minutes of playtime. That's funny. Oh, and he's left. Okay. Alright. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to chat. Chelsea went to bed early. No.
You got bored of the fucking history talking.
Damn, that sucks. I was actually having a fun time though with the history talk. It was actually really interesting to learn.
Chinggis, did you know that early crucifixion was used by just like a long pole?
Really? Not even a cross?
The Romans invented the cross.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, like the early forms of crucifixion was you take a large pole, like a large sort of that, and you just nail them, like outstretch their hands on top and nail. Well, nail / stab. Their hands, their hands and feet onto the length of it, and
and let them die.
Yeah, just let them bleed out.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Huh. See, now I'm kind of disappointed Chelsea went to sleep. She didn't hear all about the wonderful execution methods. Oh, okay. Alright. Well, anyways, alright. Actually, real quick though, before we continue on though, I do need to use the restroom. So, we're gonna take a little break, and then afterwards, we'll move on with a movie. It was, if you can even call it that. Alright, we're gonna take a little break, and then we'll be back. Now, just a quick reminder that you can support me through Stream Elements. It is completely optional, but your support allows me to keep making content such as buying new games, art streams, and more. And then now... Hey! Oh! Oh my goodness! Colin!
This is here, and
Hold
not
on.
Nick.
Hi.
Hold on, Colin, let me...
Hi.
Oh.
Hey, Starscream, smell my finger. Get it? It's anthrax.
I know, it's so...
It's funny because it's poisonous.
You see why I love G1? You can...
Oh my gosh, I'm torn. She's everything I ever wanted. I just can't get past the story about her having drunken sex with her dog in high school. Leave.
The fuck you say?
You fucking hurt me.
My permission.
Starscream top was sexy man, Chelsea.
Actually, yes.
I used to be I used to be famous, Megatron. I was a Tumblr sexy man.
I was a Tumblr sex man.
I like Tom King.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go? There he is, there he is! Go for the kill! Nice! There we go. Oh, Middle's alive! I have never done this mission before when Middle Flatwell's still alive. I've improved. I've improved as a pilot. Before I never was able to do this with Middle still alive. Oh my gosh. I'm actually legit improving as a pilot. That's great. That's great. I'm actually getting good at this game. Now watch the game punish me for saying that.
Nothing's gonna stop us now.
Don't stop us now. I have no money to afford anything. I don't like men. And if I did, there's not many type I like.
Angus is the feminist confirmed. Got it.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you this, Colin. You're not my type. How's that feel?
That's fine.
Oh, what's that? You're too good for me now, huh, Colin? I see how it is. Gosh. I see. Well, fine. At least I know I have the confidence that somewhere out there someone likes me for who I am. Can you Insecticons die already? Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh.
I think I did pull out the program the last time I played.
You dare to oppose me, then die. I'll commence the final defense system. Program genocide.
I'm not being paid for this part. You're lucky. I'm gonna destroy you for free.
Any who oppose me will be eliminated.
Alright. Mr. Dragon. Oh, he likes to do the wind style. He's dressed like Rambo Chelsea.
Sally, it's over.
It's not over until I say it's over, Sonic! Sally just has a breakdown because of the fucking Vietnam War.
I can't find Bunny's legs. I can't find Bunny's legs.
I can't find Bunny's legs. Oh. Oh my gosh, where am I? Rusty, I can't. Ah, oh, there we go. And I ran out of ammo. I didn't even realize. Okay, so Rusty, I need to be faster. I'm not fast.
But this isn't over yet. Buddy.
He called me buddy!
There's no greater threat than power without purpose.
After everything,
I know.
he's fine.
I know, man. This is why people like Rusty. He's such a great character.
We've lost all signs of Steel Haze.
Also, check this out. Frenzy and Rumble are just destroying these guys, but I love how like there's just a crowd of Decepticons watching Frenzy, while Rumble's just on his own doing his own thing. Like I was like, yeah, Frenzy, go! You do it, Frenzy! And then Rumble's just like, yeah, he's just busy with his own guy. Like you think Rumble would be jealous? Like, hey, come on! I'm beating up guys too! Why does Fancy get out the love?
Megatron just goes over to Shockwave and pats him on the shoulder. Shockwave.
Wait, never mind. Rumble won at the end of the while Frenzy got the attention of all the other Decepticons, Rumble got Megatron's attention. That's what matters at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, this is my game. Yes, big punchy robots. I love this.
This is amazing.
I know. This is what I want. Oh, yes.
Thing is, you know what the best was? It feels good too.
I know.
Feels good to play.
I know.
Oh my god. Okay, I really like Battle Circuit, but with all the other ones, it feels kind of like you move slow.
Yeah, but here
you move exactly how much you want to move.
I know. This is great. I love this. Oh, this is my ideal game here. Oh, look at that! I could drill people.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He attacks.
I know. Energy? Okay.
I think I found a fair game in this.
I know. Me too. Also, Sally feet. Feet! Alright, don't. Oh my gosh, Nicole's the Orb of Confusion. Let's go.
Yep.
Hello, Sally.
No.
Rikia! Oh my gosh! Everyone, shush! I got my boy Rikia! Oh my gosh, why is not here to see my boy Rikia? My boy! My beautiful summer child, Rikia! Oh! Oh, Rikia, you're here! My summer child! Hold on, what can you do? What can you do? Explosive energy attack from a close distance that knocks enemies down. Ooh. You're still alive! Amazing! Take this module with you! Ooh! We combined! Yes! Oh! Yes! Essentially... okay. We're back. Alright. Alright, I'm back. Oh, let me stretch. Also, since just the three of us, I can move us around a bit. Ew. Make us a little bigger as well. Might as well. Ooh. Whoa, that's a little too big there. More like squashing, stretching.
Are you not using OBS, James?
I am using OBS.
Oh, because...
Oh! Oh, hey, Colin! Hi! Hi.
Hello, I've come here to deliver the correct opinion about Ash Ketchum.
Okay. Okay, what's that?
He sucks for not evolving any of his shit.
Okay.
See, it's funny because actually he does evolve them.
No, I know. I know. I'm just being fucking sour about the movie.
You're still sour about the You're sour about the first movie? I'm sour about this movie! I don't...
What movie?
He is. He is.
Mewtwo Returns. So, this...
Chelsea, when you do watch
Chelsea
the VOD and... Yeah, I know.
Oh, when she watches the VOD. Okay, yeah. When she watches the replay.
I understand you were probably like excited for us to like wanting to share us this movie because it's Mewtwo. I just want to say sorry because we did not enjoy this. We did not.
I am so sorry that you had the unfortunate pleasure of watching Mewtwo Returns.
Mewtwo fell off, bro. What the fuck?
I know.
What happened?
I know.
What happened? Colin, you know Pokemon. What happened?
This is not a...
I don't know it that badly. I mean, I don't know it that much. I just know that the second movie fucking sucked.
I don't like it.
It's not a movie. It's a special.
Yeah, well, like it's weird. It's a special, but like they still consider it a movie.
It's a feature length. It's a feature length special.
Yeah.
So it can be considered a movie, but it was just shown on television.
It was like a special episode.
It was a made for TV movie, basically.
Pretty much. So one that explains the all of a sudden drastic difference in quality of animation. It's like, okay, now that makes sense. But other than that, I don't know. Oh my gosh, what a hard fall off. Okay, so
yeah.
So the first Pokemon movie. So we watched the first Pokemon movie, and the first Pokemon movie, I thought, you know what? It's okay. It's a neat little fun little thing, right? You know, I know you were complaining about the starter Pokemon, but overall, okay. Oh, I'm trying to go. Overall, it wasn't that bad. It was a fun little. Flick. It's like, hey, that was fun, right? And then you know, like we talked about it, right? I like Mewtwo. He's not my boy Shadow. I'll get to that. Okay. So, but like, hey, you know what? Mewtwo, he's neato. Neato, right? And then here, oh my gosh, where do I even begin? Where do I even begin? Oh my gosh, what an absolute downfall. So this is a direct sequel to the first movie. What is it? We got the main antagonist now is what's his name? Giovanni, the head honcho of Team Rocket, and because despite Mewtwo erasing everyone's memory and I guess time travel, but at the same time, it still happened and all that. So I don't know how Mewtwo's power works. Mewtwo's bullshit.
The thing is, Giovanni wasn't there, so like.
I could make a reference, but only Nick would understand it.
Like,
okay.
Like his.
Well,
Ninjago season 5.
Which season was that again?
The Jin.
Ah, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Basically that.
Okay. I'm just gonna pretend I know what you guys are talking about. But so Giovanni, he's the big bad at this. Whoa! Oh my gosh! No, not.
Well, I mean, so Chagus, I believe that they made. I don't know if the movie clarified it or not, but I'm pretty sure that the only people who were affected by the time wipe were the people on the island. So
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Giovanni still knew who Mewtwo was.
Yeah. So, but basically, yeah. So
I
Giovanni.
see, James, on the other hand, probably not.
So Mewtwo, all that stuff happened. Mewtwo, Giovanni's the big bad. Right now, so the movie starts off with it turns out Mewtwo is now just him and the clone Pokemon decides to fuck off to some island and start their own little Pokemon society. Unfortunately, there's no blackjack or hookers, so 0 out of 10 Mewtwo. You suck. Gosh, I really hate Mewtwo in here. Oh my gosh. I'll talk about Mewtwo. Holy shit, I want to fucking punt him. So, Mewtwo and the gang, and the clone gang, his Funky Punch, they fucked off to some random ass island, and then there's also something to do with like magic healing water, or something. So there's that as well. But then the whole story is Ash and the gang they just happen to be in the area. They don't remember what happened, but they're in the area, right? It's like, oh, interesting, okay. Oh, but then Team Rocket, not Jesse and James, like the whole organization, they're now onto Mewtwo and they're gonna go, gonna finally capture him and all that. Oh no! Ah! And then Mewtwo is a little bitch. And then Ash and friends, they saved the day and all that, right? Not Mewtwo. Mewtwo's a bitch.
I forget, did Ash die again or no?
No, he didn't die again, but Mewtwo almost died. Because he's a bitch.
Probably should have.
He probably should have. So the main complaint I really had, right, is just it all comes back to Mewtwo. Okay, so like, okay, I'll talk. That's like the main beat, right? Like the plot itself is fairly simple. Again, Ash and gang, they just happen to be in the area. Whoa! Oh my gosh! There's something to do with a magic. Again, there's that magic pond, lake thing that like heals and all that. So there's that whole subplot.
Fountain of Youth?
Oh, was that?
Fountain of Youth?
I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. They never said what it was. But so they might as well be. They discovered the Fountain of Youth. And there's that whole subplot, right? Okay, and then the whole conflict is just literally just Mewtwo trying to fend off Giovanni and Team Rocket while also having another existential crisis because he didn't learn his lesson from the last movie. or some shit. I don't know. Oh my gosh. Everything that I was complaining about watching this just all boiled back to Mewtwo. What an absolute downfall from how he was portrayed in the first movie. Oh my goodness. So Mewtwo is now in this weird brooding ass mood where he's constantly questioning if he's like a real Pokemon or not. Like, am I a real Pokemon or am I not? No, I'm just an artificially made monster. And it's like, oh my gosh. And the thing is, he says this like every time. That's his entire character throughout this whole movie. Him questioning, oh my gosh, I'm a artificial monstrosity. Am I worthy to just exist among the rest of the world, or am I not? Who can tell? Gosh, I'm so sad and depressed and all that. It's like, oh my gosh, I don't care. And he keeps saying this throughout the whole movie.
Now, if Mewtwo, gets gaslighted by Giovanni into believing he's a robot, now that's something different.
Does that actually happen?
No,
Oh
I'm
God.
just.
I was gonna be like, wow.
Buy a nickel.
Changus, I was referencing Shadow the Hedgehog.
Oh, okay.
That's why you didn't get that. Why you didn't get that, James?
I'm still on, cause Nick, I'm still on Mewtwo being a little bitch. Okay, Mewtwo is such a brooding bitch throughout this whole thing. Am I real? Do I deserve to exist among the Pokemon? And the thing is, I wouldn't have a problem with this, right? But this is his entire point of his throughout the whole thing. He says this non-stop. That's all he can ever talk about. Him not being real. And maybe I don't deserve to exist. It's like, Mewtwo, shut up. And then because of this, he gets his ass kicked. Like Giovanni kicks his ass with like 2 robots. And it's like, what the fuck, Mewtwo? What happened? What happened, Mewtwo? You were literally like God. I mean, there's how many Pokemon are just God, but you were practically God. And you get your ass kicked by some robot because you were like, oh, maybe I don't deserve to exist. I'm just a monster. Oh, it's like, oh my gosh, Mewtwo, shut up. Shut the fuck up, Mewtwo. I don't care. I don't care about your existential crisis. I need you to shush and actually, not be a little bitch. Like, oh my gosh. Nick knows what I'm talking about. He was there. He watched it with me. We were suffering together. There was just so many times where we just paused and we were like, just, Mewtwo, we get it. Shut up.
I think I was the first one to audibly say it.
I think you were. Like, you were the one, you pretty much said what we were both thinking. Just, oh my gosh, Mewtwo, shut the fuck up. We get it.
We get it.
We get
it. Oh my
it.
gosh, we get it.
But no, Nick, you have to be constantly reminded that Mewtwo is a monster. Or at least he views himself as a monster.
I think, guys, I think Mewtwo might see himself as a monster.
You don't say. You don't fucking say. Jeez, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell, Colin. I couldn't fucking tell that he has such low self-esteem. So, like, oh my gosh.
Welcome to the world of being frustrated with Pokemon and their fucking antagonists.
Anyways, I guess Ash and his friends were fine in this movie. Was it There's clone Pikachu.
Right, Squirtle and Bulbasaur evolved?
No.
Fucking stupid ass Ash.
Hey! 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 I like Squirtle and Bulbasaur.
Okay, don't get me wrong.
I would you want to
Squirtle and
evolve?
Bulbasaur are fantastic starters, but you don't bring them to fight a goddamn legendary Pokemon.
Now listen, Colin. Okay, listen. Have you ever thought that maybe some Pokemon are just too cute to evolve? Okay, I saw the latest starter. I saw the latest starter Pokemon. Have you seen Fuecoco, Colin? Have you seen Fuecoco? I will never evolve him.
Yes.
He's adorable.
Vegas, you are fighting a legendary Pokemon who will likely fucking kill you and all of your other Pokemon. If you're gonna go into that scenario, you're not gonna go in there with a goddamn Bulbasaur and fucking Squirtle. You're gonna want to go in there with a Venusaur and a fucking Blastoise, okay? Ash is gonna go around with a fucking fully evolved Charizard, but he's not gonna go around with fucking Blastoise or fucking whatever the fuck.
Squirtle's Misty's, I think.
No, Misty has to.
No, Squirtle was Ash's. Squirtle was Ash's.
Misty has the star
I don't
Pokemon.
fucking know anymore.
Misty's got the star Pokemon. Whatever his name.
The point is, Ash fucking sucks with battle strategy. His battle strategy is, let me throw all of my Pokemon out there, let them get fainted, and then use Pikachu, because Pikachu's fucking overpowered and has anime bullshit.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Pikachu saves Mewtwo's ass.
Oh, what a fucking surprise!
You know, like, usually I'd be this way. Usually I'm the same way. I described this when we were talking about the Pokemon, the first movie. I'd be this way when watching the Yu-Gi-Oh anime. But the difference with the Yu-Gi-Oh anime is it and the manga came out before the trading card game actually was a thing. So like a lot of the rules there, like a lot of the rules established with the trading card game won't really apply to how the show does. You know how the show manga does things. But Pokemon the anime came out after Pokemon the game, so I don't really know why being loosey goosey with a ton of it.
Oh,
Swear to God, if the next Pokemon movie we watch has Ash throwing a goddamn starter Pokemon that hasn't even been evolved yet.
Oh my gosh.
Against another legendary, I'm gonna throw a fucking tantrum.
Why is Ash and his starter Pokemon on your biggest complaint? I'm here losing my mind over Mewtwo being such a downgrade from the first movie and being a little bitch.
Mewtwo has every right to be a piece of shit because Mewtwo's Mewtwo and he is bullshit. Like, literally Mewtwo, the concept of Mewtwo is fucking bullshit. The fact that he can fucking rewind time is bullshit. Everything about Mewtwo is bullshit. I can forgive that because he is bullshit. I cannot forgive Ash for being a goddamn fucking
and you want his ass to get you, so you don't mind Mewtwo getting his ass kicked, even though he's got like god powers. Like Mewtwo, what are you doing?
If Mewtwo gets taken out, if Mewtwo gets taken out before a goddamn Bulbasaur or fucking Squirtle, I would throw a tantrum.
Colin, Mewtwo in death battle. Mewtwo beat Shadow the Hedgehog, and for that, I will not tolerate that shit because I saw this movie, and let me tell you, after watching this movie, there's no fucking way the ultimate life form would lose to fucking Mewtwo.
Blame you.
What the fuck?
I don't blame you. I don't.
It's just such a weird. What was the word you said?
What?
Sonic characters are like planet busters.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, what was it you said
Look,
again?
Casually.
I am not denying the fact that Mewtwo is bullshit and that it's stupid that he beats Shadow the Hedgehog, okay? I'm in agreement with you guys about it.
No,
I just still
fact-
think Ash is a goddamn fucking idiot.
Okay.
Wait, what? Okay. I thought we were talking about Shadow losing to Mewtwo, which is just no.
I'm trying to explain that
you're
there's-
not gonna.
I'm trying to explain that after watching that death battle, I find it bullshit because Mewtwo throughout this whole movie was absolute dog shit. What was the word you said again, Nick? That was it. Flanderization. That's what it was.
Yeah.
They flanderized his character, where that aspect of his character questioning his existence and role and all that, right? Like, okay, that was always kind of there. I understand that. But then when that just becomes his sole thing, that's all they ever do. Just, I'm a monster. I don't deserve to exist. It's like, oh my gosh, Mewtwo, I want you to shut the fuck up. I want you to stop, and I need you to destroy the stupid balls. The stupid balls that are electrocuting you, Mewtwo. How are you losing to this bullshit? What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? And, like everything else about this movie is just okay. It's special. It's okay. It's serviceable. Like there's nothing really special. I'm gonna be honest. There was nothing really special about what was here, other than Mewtwo. Okay, Ash and his friends, they're just Ash and his friends. There hasn't really been much. Brock still simping after girls. Of course he is. Misty, I don't know. Girl. I don't know what Misty's role in the whole team is besides girl. And to constantly berate Brock for being a simp. So
Brock being a simp.
So and then Ash is just Ash. He hasn't changed one bit. So all the interesting things about this movie solely relies on Mewtwo. But I fucking hate Mewtwo here. I fucking hate him. I think he's bullshit. And he went out like a little bitch. How did Mewtwo become such a little bitch, Colin? How? What happened?
Animal bullshit.
So, yeah, Mewtwo's just being a little bitch about everything.
How the hell is Chris Chan married to him?
You know what? That actually explains quite a bit, doesn't it? That explains quite a bit, doesn't it? No wonder, of course, Chris Chan would want to marry the useless Pokemon.
Like Chris Chan. Wait. Chris Chan married Mewtwo?
Yeah.
You know Chris Chan's their whole their whole dimensional merge and all that shit.
Chris Chan. I don't want to go down the Chris Chan. I don't want to go down the Chris Chan rabbit hole again. I do not want to go down that, man. I don't. No.
Well, too bad. Well, too bad, because I had to go down to Mewtwo. I had to watch Mewtwo be a little bitch. If I have to suffer, you have to suffer, Colin.
No. I had to sit through that goddamn Christmas special that Nick showed me in real life. Okay? I'm not going through that shit again, man. You can't make me.
With Christmas special?
I like Colin. Honestly, I like how you're becoming so mad that your microphone's failing to pick up your voice.
Like Christmas special?
The one where he fucking talking about like being a fucking Jesus Christ or whatever.
Oh, that.
Yes.
I didn't know you were there for that.
I like how Nick, how you just go, oh, that.
Yeah, you fucking showed it to me after we were hanging out.
It's like
fucking
right.
ran out of my goddamn life, and I lost like
It's
half
like-
of my already non-existing brain cells.
That's right. I forgot. That was great.
it's like, I like how when you say that it's like oh that like you won't even mention what it actually is. Just
I would rather watch fucking food fight than watch that again.
okay.
That's a saying.
So, but where was I? I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really have much to complain or talk about because like, because everything just boils back down to Mewtwo just acting like a little bitch. I feel like I just said the problem with Mewtwo. His character has just been flanderized, and now he's just. I don't. Nick. He's a shitty Vakama.
Yes.
He's a shitty Vakama, Nick.
Yes, he is.
Guys, I don't know. Maybe I'm not worthy to be a Toa hero. Vakama! You got Makuta in a chokehold right now as we speak! No, you don't. Maybe he's right. Maybe I don't. No! Oh my gosh. At least Vakama got better. Okay? Time trap, Nick. Time trap. Holy shit.
Yeah.
What a grow up. What a glow up with Vakama and Time Trap. Like, wow. But no, this is Mewtwo right now is being Vakama in like the first half of Legends of Metro Nui, just being a little. I don't know, guys. Maybe I'm a monster. Maybe we don't deserve to exist. Oh, I remember. Remember Nick when the clone Pikachu was like, okay, you know what? Screw this. I don't want to be captured. Let's just. How about he and some other clone Pokemon are just gonna gather the shit and they're gonna fucking leave the island and go off somewhere else. And then I remember I was like, Mewtwo, yes. And then Mewtwo's looking at them. It's like, should I stop them? I don't know. Maybe this is what they want. But we're not real, though. Will the world accept them? It's like, oh my gosh, Mewtwo, shut up. You know what else? You know, it doesn't help also that like most of the clones just look exactly like the normal Pokemon.
Yeah,
Like-
I know. As I said, my idea of making the clones the way to introduce shiny Pokemon would have been brilliant.
So the Pikachu and the Meowth clones are they look physically identical to, you know, the Meowth and Pikachu that we know. Okay, I will say this though. Team Rocket, no complaints. I love Team Rocket.
You can never complain about Jesse and James. What are you talking
love
about?
Team Rocket. I love the fact that after watching this movie, I love the fact that it turns out Jesse and James, they're just the losers of their organization. No, they're the losers. Like no one.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me, given they've spent what almost an entire 2 centuries trying to capture a fucking Pikachu. When like you could have just gone to Viridian Forest and grabbed a Pikachu from there.
I remember we were talking about this, Nick. I was like, Nick, why don't they just capture any other Pikachu? Like, Pikachus all look the same. What's so special about Ash's Pikachu? And you were just like, there's nothing special. What?
He's right. There's really nothing special. As of right now, nothing in the entire goddamn universe of Pokemon shows that Ash's Pikachu is unique in any way. It is a regular ass goddamn Pikachu.
And so it's like, you mean to tell me these goobers are wasting all their time, effort, probably a lot of damn money just to capture this one specific Pikachu who isn't even special.
Yes,
I
that
love
is correct.
I love it. I love Team Rocket. They're so stupid, but I love them.
Changus, you do not understand the Changus. They bought an entire fucking mansion and disguised themselves as billionaires just to try to capture Pikachu.
Oh, yes.
They
That's
have dropped
great.
several $1 million trying to capture that Pikachu.
But like, why that Pikachu? What is?
I do not know.
Was it?
I genuinely do not know.
I think. No, wait, Nick. I think you said like at this point it's like spite, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't blame them if it was because of spite.
They're just trying to capture one Pikachu just because out of spite. This one Pikachu has just evaded them for so long. Like, no. This one Pikachu, he's gotta go. He's gotta go, man. He's done. Oh my gosh. So Team Rocket, I love them. What's her name? The special girl.
You want to know the best part? Do you want to know the best part? Well,
What?
it's not even good. It's tragic.
Okay, what? I'm listening.
There is another Team Rocket duo that exists that does the same exact fucking shtick as Jesse and James, except everybody loves them.
Like the whole organization loves them. They're like
The whole organization considers them far more superior than Jesse and James,
Even
and they
though
are
they're
literally
doing the
they literally
exact same
do,
shit.
They literally do the same fucking like introduction thing as well,
oh, that's amazing.
and they do it purely out of spite for Jesse and James too.
Wait, so their introduction is just to mock another team?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I love.
It's the same one too. I might add, same one.
Oh my
same
gosh.
organization. Same
I
everything.
love Team Rocket. I love Team Rocket. They're a bunch of goobers. I love them. Oh my gosh, they're great. Whenever Team Rocket.
I just find it even more funny because like there are several criminal organizations within the Pokemon universe that are set up because of the games. You know, Team Magma, Team Aqua, Team fucking Knights in Shining Armor from Black and White 2. I don't fucking know.
Okay.
They are all criminal organizations. And rather than having Jesse and James just casually like join the criminal organizations every single season and just sticking with the theme, they're still Team Rocket. Like there's just
they're still
this
Team Rocket.
There's just this giant, massive criminal organization that exists in every single region. And 2 Team Rocket members and their team of Pokemon just walk around and nobody just gives a shit.
That's fantastic. I love Team Rocket. I love Team Rocket.
These other criminal organizations are quite literally terrorists in the Pokemon universe. And Jesse and James are just there.
They're just there along for the ride.
They don't join criminal organizations. They're just there as a separate criminal organization entity that doesn't even work with the other criminal organizations. Just because they want to capture the Pikachu.
It's the Jesse and James show. Jesse and James are stars of the show. Other guys are just along for the ride.
Stars of the show.
Dude, if you think that's fucking hilarious, you should see. Like, there are. Do you know? James has had a Pokemon fall in love with him.
Great. Hey, you know what? After those the Game Freak leaks, not
You guys-
too far out.
Did you guys know that Vaporeon?
Dude, the Game Freak leaks Jeff just pretty much said that Vaporeon can't be a thing now. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. You know what? I just got reminded of something. I remember. It's been a while. I haven't seen much of it, but I remember one time on Twitter, I saw like this one, like, I don't know, Colin, maybe you know what I'm talking about. I saw like this one fan comic on Twitter that's like, it's like an ongoing thing where Jesse and James are trying to get Ash's Pikachu. So their big brain plan is they're gonna get in good with his with his mom. So and so that way when Ash's guard is down, like, oh, we're gonna take it. And then it doesn't go as planned. I think I think Jesse ends up getting the hots for his mom. It's like, oh, okay. But I remember seeing this a bit ago. It was actually kind of cute. In its own little fun way. It's a little cute. Oh, I guess the point I'm trying to say is everything with Team Rocket, I can't be mad at. I love Team Rocket. Team Rocket literally carried this damn shoddy excuse of a movie. They like, if Mewtwo wasn't there for me, I knew Team Rocket would be there for me, and they were, and I loved them. I love Team Rocket. Did they ever explain why Meowth can talk, or no?
No.
He learned to.
He learned to.
He just worked.
Okay.
Yeah, he actively learned how to read and write and talk.
Huh. So, how come more Pokemon just don't do that then?
I don't know. That's actually a good question. I don't know.
If Meowth taught himself, why doesn't like Pikachu learn to talk?
I think Meowth also did it to impress another Meowth.
And I'm pretty sure that when he did learn to talk, that other Meowth was horrified.
That's great. Again, I just love that there's just a whole team of just a bunch of goobers and losers. It's great. I love Team Rocket. Mewtwo though?
Look, Team Rocket's great. Look, I don't blame you. Team Rocket is like great, fantastic even. There's even a fan, there are several fan theories about Team Rocket.
Oh, okay.
Well, for starters, you should know some canon things. James is actually a part of a wealthy family.
Oh my gosh! James literally is the kid come from a rich family who decided to join the evil organization. That's
yeah, essentially,
great.
honestly, yeah.
Oh, I love it. What about Jesse?
And B, there are a lot of fan theories that Jesse is a Nurse Joy.
What? Nurse Joy was just tired of one of the Nurse Joys was just tired of taking her Pokemon. You know what? Why don't we just start capturing them? Yeah. That's amazing. How many Nurse Joys are there again? It's like.
How many regions are there? Let's see. There are. I don't know what kind of.
That I remember. That is one. I remember. That's one of my favorite gags. That just there's all these different Nurse Joys and Officer Jennies, and they're all just like one.
There are 8.
Uh-huh.
Main regions plus lesser known regions. So that's 8. There are 15. There are 15 regions in total.
There are 15 Nurse Joys and 15 Officer Jennies. I love it.
Oh no.
No?
Changus.
Huh?
Changus.
Huh?
Regions are the names of the countries.
Okay.
So there are towns and cities in each country.
So there could be like twice as many Nurse Joys and Officer Jennies. I love it.
I'm actually curious.
I love it. Oh, that's great. I love it. God.
I'm about to give you. Oh my god. Okay.
God, I love those. I love Team Rocket.
There are
10
Nurse Joys in Kanto, 10 in Johto, 16 in Hoenn, 14 in Sinnoh, 20 in Unova, 16 in Kalos, 9 in Lola, and 12 in Galar. That means there is 107 Nurse Joys.
Amazing. I love it.
And that also means that there's most likely that many Officer Jennies.
Oh, that's great. And Brock simps over every single one of them. Like that goober he is. Oh my gosh. I think Brock's kind of stupid.
I was about to say something.
What? No, go ahead.
I can't say it.
No. Why? Is it bad?
I don't know if it's racist or not.
DM it to me, and I will determine if it's racist or not.
I'm DMing it to Nick.
Oh my gosh, you don't trust me? Okay. All right, Nick, is it bad?
What's bad?
Oh no, Colin wants to DM you something, and he's trying to determine if it's I'm trying to determine if it's racist or not.
Well, let me see. Still waiting.
All right, we're waiting for him. Oh my goodness. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's racist, but it's nothing that like you can't handle.
Send a joke to me, Nick. Let me see this.
Oh, you just might as well just say it.
Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
I was about to say, I mean, given the fact that he probably can't see anything because he has his eyes closed 24
Oh my
fucking
gosh,
7.
that's baby shit, Colin. Don't ever fucking do the whole. I don't know if I can say it or not. Colin, I will make fun of my damn eyes whenever I want.
Hey, I make fun of his eyes too. You don't see him complaining.
Wait. Genghis, you have those eyes?
He's Asian.
Colin,
Oh, that explains the bad driving.
There we go. See, you can. I don't care if you say that shit. Go do it. It's not that bad.
And just driving, but he's also a woman.
Oh, now that's a bad combination.
Please, Angus, you know what to say.
How much eagle do I need to turn now? None? I turn now. Go wreck everybody else. Oh yeah, well I know how you. Oh yeah, Nick. Well, if you ever get a car, I know how you're gonna drive. Dude, this Hummer kicks so much ass. It makes me want to watch Madagascar while driving.
Dude, this car kicks ass. And it makes.
The awful thing is that you're not 100% off given how many Transformer videos he tries to show me and his friend while his friend is fucking driving.
Nick driving. Dude, these animals are so fucking funny. It makes me want to merge without looking.
Dude, these animals are so fucking funny. They make me want to merge without looking. No!
Oh, it's great. Oh my goodness. Oh, I love it. Actually, fuck. What? I'm curious now. Now that Ash is no longer like the main like star of Pokemon anymore. What the fuck is Team Rocket gonna do? Are they just gonna be following him around off screen?
Pretty sure they retired Team Rocket.
Did they retire finally? Like, oh man.
I don't.
I think it's just a new cast now.
Okay, man. If we can't
The new cast isn't any fucking better given the fact that their Pokemon are all level 1s and somehow they fucking win every goddamn tournament.
Oh
they're
my
in.
gosh, you are so salty
evolved,
about
man.
starter Pokemon. Holy shit. Calm
They
down.
evolved, man. Fuecoco is not. Fuecoco isn't a Fuecoco anymore.
But
Thank fucking God.
yeah, but then again, Nick, is Sprigatito? Oh no, was Crocolore.
Weed cat.
His second-
The weed cat.
Yeah, no, but I was gonna say, to be fair, Fuecoco's second evolution, Crocolore, Sombrero.
I know.
So I can't be too.
Sombrero.
I can't be too. Yes, he has a sombrero. I will show this right now on stream.
Sombrero.
I will show this right now. I will show this right now. Oh my gosh, I love Fuecoco. I love
Changus, I
Crocolore.
have Pokemon Go. I know what he looks like.
Why do you have Pokemon Go?
Because I do.
Okay. But anyways,
And I actually do have, and to bring this back around to the topic, I do actually have Mewtwo.
oh, all right. Look at this. Look at this. I'm showing this on stream too. Look at him. He's got a sombrero.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I love him. Crocolore. So listen, all right, but also, Fuecoco in general. Oh my goodness.
Fuecoco.
Oh my gosh.
I love him.
Colin, when I saw Fuecoco, I told Nick, you know what? I think I understand now why Ash doesn't evolve his Pikachu. Oh my gosh, look at him. Look at him. And besides, Colin, isn't it more impressive that this little goober is able to stand up against, like, you know, all those other Pokemon? Yeah. I will never evolve Fuecoco. He's perfect as is. Forget the weed cat.
By the way, we were talking about a movie.
We were, I don't know, Mewtwo Returns. I don't like it that much. It is solely just because of Mewtwo. I cannot stand his ass. God, I hate Mewtwo so much in this movie. He's so ass. What an absolute, like, major just drop in characterization and all that. I can't stand it. I can't stand him. I hope and I know that, like, Mewtwo's gonna come back. This isn't the last time we ever see him. He's gonna come back. What was it like? Like at the ending of the movie, right? Like is he like Batman now? Like, oh, he's out there, just travels under the moonlight. Was he? Is he fucking Batman now? Wait, no, that's the fucking symbiote Spider-Man 3 theme. I don't know. Yeah. Do. So, I don't know what the fuck Mewtwo is doing now. I don't like Mewtwo. This movie, like, the first Pokemon movie, Mewtwo, he's fine. He kind of reminded me of, like, Shadow the Hedgehog. I told Nick this. He kind of reminds me of Shadow the Hedgehog, but, like, I like Shadow a little more. And this just made me go, no, Mewtwo's just ass. Mewtwo's ass, Colin. Fuck him. Fuck Mewtwo. Fuck his heart out. I hate him. I hate Mewtwo. And I strongly disagree with that dumbass death battle video. There is no way the Ultimate Life Form will lose to that loser. after watching Pokemon Mewtwo Returns. How the fuck does this guy beat Shadow? Oh my gosh. He couldn't beat two little drone ball things that were zapping him. Fuck Mewtwo.
Yeah, that's accurate.
I don't know.
Also, I guess I'm pretty sure 99% people have drawn themselves doing that, so don't ask.
What, Mewtwo? Okay. I mean, Colin. Pokemon in general has a whole like subcategory of art.
Yes, I'm aware. Yes, I'm aware.
And those leaks don't help, man. Those leaks don't help.
Those leaks don't help, man. No, they don't.
They don't. Okay, they don't. All right. But anyways, I don't know. Moral of the story. Go play Shadow Generations. It's out now on. It's out now. It's been out for quite a while now. We're gonna be playing more Shadow Generations tomorrow. We're gonna be continuing S rank and all that. I don't know what else is there that's better than this movie. Wrestling. In fact, that's a good segue. Wrestling's better than fucking. Oh, wrong transition. It's okay. Wrestling's so much better than goddamn Mewtwo Returns. Isn't that right, Not? Am I right, Not? Wrestling's better?
Yeah. I could say that.
Yes! Yeah! Alright. So, but speaking of wrestling, so Beyond the Mat, Not. This is a documentary.
Yes, Changus. It is one of the most kind of famous documentaries.
Really?
About the sport, about the quote unquote sport of professional wrestling.
Oh, okay.
So I wanted to cover it because it technically turned 25 this year.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Because it was back like it was released back last month, the 22nd, 1999. To theaters. So
okay, interesting.
Barry Blaustein, who is a screenwriter, has written movies that I know people have seen. The Coming to America.
Oh, okay.
The Nutty Professor. It worked closely with Eddie Murphy. Blaustein, he is a very big. He is a very big fan of professional wrestling ever since he was a kid.
Oh, okay.
In a sort of in an attempt and with like a lot of the resources he was given, thanks to him being under Ron Howard's production company, Imagine Entertainment.
Okay.
He was given the opportunity to spend 3 years following and talking to several wrestlers operating during the late 90s at a period of when wrestling was at its cultural peak. Changus, Chelsea said your review was good, guys.
Oh, she's watching? Oh, Chelsea, why didn't you say so? You should have said something. You should have said something in chat. I didn't know you were still awake. I thought you went to bed, so I was like, oh, no, we'll just wait for you. But all right. So this documentary.
So, like, Chang, to put this into perspective, wrestling during the late 90s, early 2000s, was watched more than football.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That was how popular it was during that time period.
Wow. Okay.
Because the World Wrestling Federation, of course, we know it now as the WWE. The federation, before it went public, it's it just in private, it was worth $1 billion.
Okay.
That was a lot of money even back then.
Yeah.
So Blockstein had the opportunity to like, contrary to what you hear about a lot of Beyond the Mat, it's not really a tell-all or an expose about the legitimacy of pro wrestling. It does go with the notion of professional wrestling is a performance. It is not a legitimate sport in any sort of way, but like the Blostein's acknowledged this, but he still loves it because he works in entertainment, because he's worked like in filmmaking and all that stuff. So like to him, wrestling thrives on being theater. Theater in its basic form. Beyond the Mat, obvious, like Beyond the Mat was seen at the time as sort of exposing the business, because at that time, a lot of wrestlers still kept kayfabe. I'm going to be throwing around a lot of terms, a lot of insider terms. Kayfabe, to those who aren't in the know, is a term originating from the carnival days. That essentially means maintaining the act. So, if a wrestler, if two wrestlers, one is a baby face, which is the good guy, and one's a heel, which is the bad guy, they hate each other in the ring. Once the show is over, and they're walking to their car, you are expected to keep the illusion going that you are that character. Because the appeal of the part of the part of the product is that the show doesn't end once the lights turn off. It happens 24/7. And so kayfabe is meant to keep that masquerade of not only is the fighting real, but the storylines around it are actually conflicts happening. So even now, when arguably wrestling probably was exposed years, if not the Hogan era, maybe like the territory eras, or even like around the time when wrestling results were stopped being printed in newspapers. Like people, there were a large group of people who already kind of knew wrestling was fake. So even though some in the business will decry it as a had decry it as an expose. It's not really. Blaustein made it because he kind of had an interesting idea of who was these people who decided randomly one day I want to wear spandex, and then like throw someone around the ring for a living. Like, who are these types of people who go into this profession? And for 3 years, that's what he's done. The film focuses on many different wrestlers in the United States, but three are given special attention to. One who's at the height of his career, one who's at the lowest point of his career, arguably his life, and one who's contemplating retirement, and those wrestlers are respectively are Mick Foley, Jake Roberts, and Terry Funk. So while conducting, while producing, while in the middle of production, Blaustein asked many different promotions to, if they want involvement into the film. WCW, the second biggest wrestling the wrestling promotion that was just as big as the WWF at the time, denied wanting involvement.
How come?
I guess it kind of maybe because of like WCW was owned by Turner Broadcasting, the Ted Turner's company. I guess at that time they weren't really interested in sort of doing something that was not part of the Turner Broadcasting brand. Making a documentary that's outside of Ted Turner's whole thing. It could be something else something else entirely different, but WCW denied involvement, denied wanting their wrestlers and their brand being involved in the film. So we could Vince McMahon of the WWF agreed to it, but he wanted to get out last second when he kind of realized what the film was going to be about.
Okay. All right, Vince.
And also they interviewed Philadelphia promotion ECW, Extreme Championship Wrestling.
Okay.
Along with along with indie company, like independent promotion, All Pro Wrestling, which is based out in was it May? Which is a wrestling school and promotion based out in Hayward, California. So it's 45 miles southeast of San Francisco.
Oh, okay.
And they are still producing shows to this day.
All right.
So the with these with these promotions and their wrestlers being interviewed, we get to learn about Vince McMahon and his shenanigans during the time of filming. The former Denver Bronco, Darren Drozdov, was being signed as a prospect onto the company. Chengiz, you want to know why? Do you want to know why Vince, Mr. McMahon, the owner of the company, why he wanted to sign this man to his company?
Why?
He can puke on command.
Okay.
They were gonna have a whole big thing, having him team up with a very legendary tag team in the business, the Road Warriors in the WWF. They're referred to as the Legion of Doom.
The Legion of Doom. Okay.
He was going to be the third member, and he was going to be called Puke.
That's just look. He's probably being paid a lot of money and all that, but like, if my stage name was Puke, I don't know. That's okay. Vince sure has a way with words.
Like, say what you want about him. Vince is a very eccentric person. There's a very famous part of the documentary where during sort of during one of the meetings Drozdov has with Vince, his son Shane, and the VP of talent, the former VP of talent, and who was a announcer, Jim Ross. There's a scene where after that meeting conclude, Vince takes a trash bin right next to him, puts it on the table, and asks for Darren to do a demonstration. So this,
come on, show what you show me. Puke, do it.
Showing us this man was gonna puke in a plastic trash can.
Uh-huh.
While the owner of this billion-dollar company is screaming right next to him, he's gonna puke.
He's gonna puke. Okay.
Don't nobody tell you that Vince McMahon doesn't know how to have fun.
Okay.
So we get Darren Drozdov. We go to All Pro Wrestling to view like kind of like the reality of the reality of sort of breaking into the business, because like during the 70s it would have been seen as a more profitable time to it would be seen as a more I guess worthwhile endeavor to be a wrestler.
Okay.
Because you had so many promotions across the continental U.S. That with so much competition, but Vince turned the WWF into such a dominant brand that the only competition was WCW. So at that time, being an independent brand, like there are a ton of independent brands now Chang, that are very successful. Being an independent brand during a time where two of the base companies were at their prominence was a hard thing to do. And you have All Pro Wrestling, which also doubles as a training school. So you pay, and usually training schools would be operated by wrestlers, but this school was operated by an accountant who really liked wrestling. So like roughly you'd give him $500 as a deposit for him to teach you the fundamentals of wrestling, along with a few of his very knowledgeable. So it isn't just this guy who doesn't really know about the business teaching you, which is funny enough. Oftentimes, what happened in early wrestling, the Undertaker has a very funny story about paying a man who was going to teach him how to wrestle, coming to his RV, his RV house in the middle of nowhere, getting opening door to see him buck ass naked.
Okay.
Wondering what the hell does he want? And that's when Undertaker knew like this man was potentially going to be leaving. Was potentially going to be scamming him and leaving with his money. Until him being there kind of scared him into I gotta train this kid.
Oh, okay.
So it's thankfully now being trained to be a wrestler is a lot more professional, than how it was in the past. But like that was a common story that you get. because wrestling has always kind of been a carny thing. So like you're always bound to find scammers. So Michael, so in All Pro Wrestling, Michael Modest and Tony Jones, who are, they're moderately successful now because Michael Modest, most of all because while they didn't get the chance to be in bigger promotions, they were people who like kind of went around and was in a lot of promotions and made a name for themselves. Michael Modest was actually in an offshoot of Exposed, Magicians Revealed. That show about like the guy in the mask showing you how magician tricks were done. There's an offshoot. There was a spinoff made that showed like the secrets of pro wrestling. In the wrestling fandom, we just often mock it because it's the way they present wrestling makes it feel like they're exposing a truth bomb, but it kind of just feels like they believe in wrestling far like they believe in wrestling far more than what they let on. It's that whole big thing. But Michael Modest was part of that show. So Michael Modest is a very, very notable name in wrestling circles, and here it kind of shows the tryouts he and Tony Jones did during a house show. House show is a performance not made for television. But it will be recorded for use, maybe for like research, or maybe or to be used for maybe a later broadcast. But they had a tryout to cut that story short. Michael Modest, despite being told, "Oh yeah, you got what you take, you got what it takes," they were not hired by the WWF. But like All Pro Wrestling is still very successful. The Roland Alexander, the accountant I mentioned, he appears in the movie. He passed away back in 2013, but he Marcus Mack still runs as head booker. And we start to focus on Terry Funk, a living legend in the industry by the time the film was being made. He is contemplating. Well, he is not contemplating retirement. His family really wants him to retire because Terry Funk has more has a list of injuries that would choke a horse.
Oh, okay. That's a lovely expression. Okay.
So Terry, Blonstein kind of remarks the fact that it's kind of interesting how someone who you'd see all day, you'd see on TV, wanting to hurt people in real life can be very nice and a stand-up guy, and a loving family man. But, Terry Funk, he's thinking, he's both thinking about retirement and both thinking about no, I want to kind of keep going, just till I pay my dues. During filming and this covers this chunk covers the ECW part, or they got into kind of explaining ECW of how while it's not a bigger organization than the WWF or WCW, they were they still had their diehard fans, and a lot of it was like a lot of ECW was kind of created. It was creative in tandem with the head booker, which was Paul Heyman, who huge figure in the industry right now. But at the time of making ECW, Changus, he was still living with his parents.
Wow.
At 35, he was running a company that, to be honest, really didn't make a profit, but is still very much remembered to this day and still valued. And there's a constant joke throughout a lot of ECW sort of existence was it was rare, not even by wrestling standards, it was rare that you got paid. It's everybody was working. Everybody in ECW was working off of agreements they had with Paul Heyman, because they really loved Paul Heyman. To this day, they still love Paul Heyman, and they weren't getting paid. Paulie, around this time, ECW was doing their first ever pay-per-view in 1997. It is called Barely Legal.
Okay.
That does not sound good.
So ECW, as the full name kind of implies, it's referred to as Extreme Championship Wrestling. It specializes a lot in hardcore wrestling, which is the type you guys would probably hear about, where a bunch of guys breaking light fixtures and smashing them through tables. That type of wrestling. So the Barely Legal is kind of a joke on risque, all that stuff.
Okay.
It's more of a play on the fact that it's a more riskier. They're kind of dealing with more riskier kind of wrestling. For as quote unquote safe wrestling can be sometimes sometimes there are a ton of injuries. Just add Terry Funk. So at this time, Terry Funk, Terry Funk is paying his dues with ECW because he wants to see ECW succeed before he ever thinks about retiring.
All right.
We also get to meet Mick Foley, and Mick Foley. Mick Foley. He's a very interesting guy. Because he is a man who, if you see him wrestle, you think he's a masochist.
Okay.
Because he is constantly putting his body through so much punishment that you would constantly wonder, how is this man still alive? But Mick, he doesn't really enjoy. He's not really quite the enjoyer of violence as you would think. In his own words, he doesn't like violence, but he doesn't hate it. He simply, he has a better tolerance than he has for it.
Okay.
Mick Foley is yet another legend in the industry. He's written a really great book that I recommend everyone read. Have a nice day. It's based on his catchphrase about sort of his early life and his journey into becoming a big time professional wrestler. His sections go through his all-time high in the WWF. He sort of his family life with his wife and his 2 children, and it's filmed around the time that he goes into one of his most famous matches, the I Quit match at the.
What's it called that?
The purpose behind an I Quit match is that the only way you quote unquote win it is by punishing your opponent so much that
they just quit.
They're forced to say "I quit" into a microphone.
Wow. Okay.
So it's a very famous match he has at the Royal Rumble 1999. Against a man that you're sure to you guys should sure be able to be able to recognize the most electrifying man in sports entertainment, the one, the only, Mr. Dwayne Johnson.
Oh, The Rock. Okay. If only he can act, but hey.
So before he got his role in the Mummy Returns as a PS2 character. Mr. The Rock made his film debut in this documentary.
Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it is. Or he's just doing his thing. He's being The Rock. Have you ever seen a Rock promo?
A Rock promo? No.
They're all great, but the Rudy Poo candy ass, the SmackDown Hotel, the
Repo candy ass. Okay.
The Rock had a lot of nicknames. Well, The Rock had a lot of catchphrases.
Okay.
When he was wrestling.
What an interesting name, Repo candy ass.
The Rudy, he called everyone Rudy Poo candy asses.
Okay. What is? Okay, no, go ahead.
It's like the so his Mick Foley's part is building up to his to that match. He's reflecting on he himself is also reflecting on whether he is going to retire. In his own words, he's going to get the pain out early so that by the time he's 35 he can be able to just retire and be with his kids. And Mick Foley just stand-up guy. He's great. And then we get to depression.
Okay.
We go on to Jake Roberts.
Okay. What's wrong with him?
Changus. If you know about the Von Erichs, right?
Von Erichs? Remind
Have you seen The Iron Claw?
Oh shit! I still need to watch that movie.
Yes, you do. Tom, you also need to watch it.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie, don't think. A part of me is putting off just because I know that's gonna be a night where I need to watch it, and afterwards I just can't do anything else. I'm gonna be fucking emotionally destroyed.
I know.
So like,
but if it helps, I'll join you and be emotionally destroyed with you.
Okay, so that has to be something that like I need to just have a whole night just to process.
Weirdly enough, I'm remembering a couple days ago on the show. I'm just remembering. I remember for some reason 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri. And I'm just going, yeah. I'm just remembering, just how that day when we all watched it. I'm like, never questioning. I mean, I never questioned not on like his movie taste, but now I'll never be able to do so.
Wait, hold on. I'm confused. What are we torturing Changus with now?
So, have you seen The Iron Claw?
No.
Okay, I gotta make you. Okay, we're gonna sit you down and watch it with you, man. You need to see it.
But that is something though that like we just need to reserve a whole night alone for, because.
Yeah, it can be very hard to watch. Such a sad movie. But also, have you seen 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri, Colin?
Is that like, are you actually asking me if I've seen 3 billboards?
No, it's a movie called 3 Billboards.
Outside Ebbing, Missouri.
Why the fuck would you name a movie that? That's like naming a movie
There's
fucking...
a point to it.
There's a point.
There's a point to it.
It's really good.
I guess we're gonna set some time to make you watch that as well.
So, what does Roberts have to do with the Von Erichs?
The reason I bring up the Von Erichs because if you think the Von Erichs family, their tragedy is really sad. Jake would make you miserable.
Oh, okay.
So this is at a point where he is at his lowest point of his career. He used to be
Is he on drugs?
Yes, I'm going to get into it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He used to been, he used to been a very high act in the 80s in the Federation. But now, he's doing local shows at whatever place he can. He's dropping down to the level of a newbie.
Oh. Wow.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And Jake's had a hard life. His father is a literal piece of shit.
Okay.
Who like he like I hope he is rotting in hell.
Wow, really? That terrible?
Changus. Jake's mother was 13 when she.
Oh. Okay, yeah, no, fuck him. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wow. Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, he
Jesus fuck. Okay, yeah, fuck him.
Yeah, his mother was the daughter of who's Jake's father was of Jake's father's at the time girlfriend.
Oh my god.
And
shit.
And she had him at age 13, and so Jake lived. Jake was raised by his mother's his mother's family during that time. His sister also became a wrestler. Was also a wrestler at that time. His sister tragically was murdered.
Oh no!
And in the documentary, he kind of mentions the hardest thing about it was never getting to see the body because the I think he said the person who murdered her was the ex-wife of his father.
Oh.
And
oh my god.
Yeah, because they were abused as children. When Grizzly Roberts got custody of them. So his sister he couldn't see his sister Robin. Jake, after years of being on the road, was addicted to crack. He's the major alcoholic, but that's just a drop in the bucket of everything.
Wow.
He has a strange relationship with his own family because he kind of fears turning into his own father. And the film kind of touches on Jake wanting to reconnect with his daughter that he never got the chance to raise out of his own fears and of course his own failings as a person. And yeah, like rewatching this, that it's still the hardest to get through. Next time I do want to do want to cover the resurrection of Jake the Snake, because while this documentary kind of goes into like one of the lowest points in his life. The Resurrection of Jake the Snake is great. Is also another great documentary about how he turned his life around and became a better person. Diamond Dallas Page is a saint. That's all I can.
Okay.
That's why I can say about that. But no, like Jake here is at rock bottom. I think he's even deeper than that. At that.
Fuck.
He. Okay. This is a man who's clearly in pain. I'm glad, I'm really glad to say that nowadays he has gotten the help he needed, and he's living, a very relatively healthy life. He's also part of AEW, a promotion that was started back in 2019 that is very big right now.
Oh, okay.
So he's gotten employment back into in professional wrestling, and is allowed to still be part of a sport. I do want to mention this because it is
okay.
a fundamental aspect of Jake Roberts. As a person. When he was younger, he kind of wanted, like as all children do, they wanted the love of their parents, and he wanted the love of his father. He told about one time he wasn't really close to his father, and he told his father, I'm gonna go to university, and his father was like, good luck. And then he thought, what would make my father happy and proud in his eyes is, if I become a pro wrestler like he and following his footsteps and become like a pro wrestler like him. At his first show, at the first ever show and match that Jake ever did. His father was in the back, and his father looked him dead in the eye and told him, "You were a mistake. I hate you."
Wow. Fuck him. Actually, fuck him.
And that, like, that
13-year-old pregnant. Fuck him.
I beg your pardon. What?
Were you not paying attention, Colin?
No.
We're talking about a wrestler from the documentary. Not talking about his dad. His mom was a 13-year-old girl that his dad got pregnant. I would like that to sink in. Yeah, fuck him. Fuck that guy.
He, like, after that, Jake didn't get to see his father until he was I think like 60, 70. After that moment, Jake vowed to be a better pro wrestler than his father ever was. And whenever anyone ever thought of the name Roberts, they thought of him. It was a rocky hill he had to climb, but Jake did it. But no, like, yeah, it's heartbreaking seeing him even though knowing now he's like he's in a much he's in a much better place than he was back then, but it's still heartbreaking just seeing how far he's gone. Just like I'm happy, for as long as he has left on this earth, that he's now a happier person. And again, God bless Diamond Dallas Page.
Yeah, nice. It was great. That's great that he's in a better place now. I'm happy.
So, I think something to another thing to mention is so to liven up the mood, Terry Funk has his supposed quote unquote last match, and kind of convinces a good friend of his who still wants to be, who despite being an exterminator, still hasn't lost his his dream of being a pro wrestler, and he's still trying to train himself to be a pro wrestler, and convinced him like, hey, I want you there, and the guy was like, no, but I want to be involved in the match. I don't want to just look at because I'm a pro wrestler too. So Terry convinces the promotion to have this guy be a ref for the match. Terry wants him, there, as he has his last match ever. Spoiler alert: it's not his last match ever. So another running joke in wrestling is that whenever you say you're gonna have your retirement, your last match ever,
is usually not.
Yeah, usually not. Terry, like the black scene in the documentary, actually kind of pokes a bit of fun at that by saying, in 97, in 97, what was it? Yeah, in 97, Terry Funk, had his retirement match, but then, 2 years later, he had his second retirement match, and he'll probably stay retired until someone calls him up with an offer. Terry Funk, God bless his soul, he passed away last year.
Oh, damn. How old was he?
I think he was like he was 79, so very good.
Okay, that's a good number.
So to put things into perspective, Terry Funk didn't fully retire until 2017.
Okay.
So it's like,
so he had a good career.
Yeah, he had a great career. Like he was, he had his family there as he lived his final days. So
that's nice.
So Terry was loved. But like in wrestling, there usually you don't have a proper end to things. Usually, like they say that the better way to end your career in wrestling is not one huge bang, but just everyone eventually kind of forgetting about you.
Why is that?
Because as you kind of fade from public knowledge, that's when you at least want to go back to being, a professional wrestler. professional wrestling is sort of like being an actor, but the way I describe it most is sort of like being an idol. You know, you love the spotlight and the fame that it brings, and of course, the money is really good.
Yeah.
But some people can't leave the business because, despite the fact it might keep mistreating them because it almost becomes an addiction to them. And like that's oftentimes what you see in not only idol culture, you also see that in pro wrestling. There's just too many people cannot give up the feeling of being big, and they're forced to kind of fade away. We could so Terry has his last match which isn't his last match. Mick there's a really sad scene with Mick where he brought his family to the I Quit match and at the Royal Rumble, and dude, very very bloody affair, very very bloody display. His kids started crying. They're as much as you can tell, two kids that what your dad is doing up there is not quote unquote real. There is a reality to the fact that a man is smacking your father upside the head with a chair repeatedly. And also, in professional wrestling, there is no such thing as like blood packs or like fake blood. When you bleed for real. So like, Mick goes to the after the match, he goes to the back to check on his children and just to comfort them that he's fine. He's got a boo boo. Like there's a gash on the top of his head that they had to sew up. It's like Mick Foley. He had a huge tolerance for pain. He other people had to tell him when enough was enough. But like Mick at the time of the film, he still got to have a great time with his family. Still having a great time being being at the top of the WWF and all that stuff. Sadly, despite Jake Roberts trying to patch things up with his daughter, and it did seem like it was going off without a hitch. He was arrested for avoiding child support. He relapsed and started smoking crack in his hotel.
Oh, he relapsed. Fuck.
Yeah. But again, Jake is much better now. Jake has been sober for I think it's 10 years now. So.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's really good.
So this film, it kind of shows him at his weakest point. Again, like I said, Jake has gone straight.
That's good to hear.
Ultimately, like, this is just for its highs and its lows. It's a celebration. This entire documentary is a celebration of wrestling from a genuine fan, not someone who's looking to you know, oddly enough, ironic considering the you know, professional wrestling. He's not looking to exploit the popularity. You know, you get a sense that, you know, this man, Barry Blonstein, is a great fan, and he wanted to get the opportunity to show why not only why he loves professional wrestling, but just how much, you know, these kind of men and women that you know, whether you see them as, you know, fake tough guys or not, they have, you know, they all have a story that is waiting to be told. And you know, like oddly enough, you know, they, even though they live in a world where they're constantly pretending to be something they're not, they can come across as, when you sit down and, you know, talk to them, they can come across as very, you know, real and human people. And so yeah, like if you want to have, you know, a good time and aren't like would be willing to get a bit depressing with some parts of it, I recommend watching Beyond the Mat. It is the documentary that I think still holds up, because it's not a documentary about, you know, a documentary about a hot button topic that happened, and that happened and all that stuff, and it's trying to make an argument. It's just a good documentary about about a passion that I think even non-fans of wrestling get a really kick out of.
Oh, excuse me.
That's,
Thank you. Ooh. Alright. That's neat. Would you say watching this made you love wrestling even more?
yes. Rewatching this, so it reaffirms why I always loved, professional wrestling.
Okay. Nice. And you said this is now like 20 years old?
25 years old. Yes.
Wow. Alright. Whatever happened to the puke?
Darren Drozdov?
Yeah.
He he passed away last year.
Oh. Damn. What happened?
He I do. I should have mentioned this.
What? Was he also? I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish.
He became a quadriplegic because of.
Fuck!
Ooh. Because
what happened?
he like during the time that the film was being made, he doesn't touch upon it, but he botched it. He botched a move, and that resulted in that resulted in like paralyzation.
Damn.
But eventually he did get to move his upper body and his arms, but like
Okay.
like I used to watch a lot of like draws. Like I watch around the time that Draws is, and Draws was always kind of he was fun in his own way. But yeah,
Man, that's a shame to hear.
It's a common thing in wrestling that sometimes that life hits you the hardest, even when you're supposed to be having fun.
Okay.
Yeah. But like again, I don't want to leave us here being sad. Yeah, Mick Foley, he is still around. He's still great. I wish. I wish we can end this off with like a promo. Kind of celebrate, the wackiness that is wrestling. But I imagine we might get pinged for it. So.
Okay. Right. No, this wrestling's still going around though. It's fun.
Yeah. There's now more there's now more offerings than ever. Like wrestling, even though even though now it's not as mainstream popular as it was back at the time of this documentary's release. If you are a fan of wrestling, you have a cornucopia right now of just everything you can watch, from like major promotions like the WWE, the World Wrestling Entertainment, All Elite Wrestling, New Japan Pro Wrestling. But you also get like thank you. But you also get like wrestling. You also get like very great wrestling coming from independents.
Okay.
Like so like wrestling, despite not being as popular as it was back then, it's arguably bigger than ever.
Nice. That's cool. All right. With that said, then I think that is it. It's now. Oh wow, it's past 12 already. Oh my gosh. We spent the rest of the night just talking about wrestling. Damn. All right. Well, in that case, then I'm gonna end this more than 4.5 hour stream. So, hey, it's cool. I like talking about. Woo! Yeah. All right. So, with that said, then we're gonna end this here. So, thanks everyone who came. Thanks everyone watching in the replays. And until next time, good night.